figured this out, that the first set was going under at like a crazy rate, and then over the
Dallas, it's time. The Trailblazer Poker Tour is making its second to last stop at Texas Card House Dallas and Las Colinas. From February 15th through March 2nd, over $2 million are on the line. A $100,000 kickoff, a $500,000 multi-flight, and a $1 million main event. With only one stop left after this, every decision matters. Register now. Pick your events. Claim your share of the prize pool. Visit TexasCardHouse.com for the full schedule.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Dallas, Texas, the home of Texas Card House Dallas. It's time for the big cash game Tuesday night. I'm RJ Dupree here in studio, and my man, Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with us down in Austin. What's up, Aaron?
Not much, man. Good to be here, and yeah, very excited for tonight's game. It should be a good one. We've already got plenty of folks joining us in the chat. A couple of folks rooting on Hunter, who's over in the 8th seat. So yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good game.
Absolutely. I happen to always look forward to the cash game on Tuesday night. I find it enjoyable. And we've got some of our regulars, one OG, a blast from the past, and we may even have a new person tonight.
Yeah, I believe our 1 seat is fresh face on the stream.
Okay.
So that's exciting. Going by QQQ, I think his name is Henry.
So a debut for Henry.
Yeah, so we'll see how things go for him. As we're going to start off with a bomb pot. Hunter here did not buy in for 40K. We'll get that adjusted here just in a moment, but I think starting off with 4,000. As we take a peek here on the turn, all these players still in, seemingly checked through on the flop. Hunter with a 6 and a pretty bad flush draw, but seemingly the only flush draw available. Spooky here has Broadway on bottom. Going to be a full house for Hunter.
And David filled up.
And David also filled up on the bottom. So Spooky here going to get his Broadway straight sort of run over. Didn't have a whole lot going on top. So this board pairing and a big bet coming in from David may just allow Spooky to get out of there without any additional damage. We'll see.
I don't know if it is on TV, dude. It's not.
Gonna be a full pot-sized wager here from David.
Yeah, and Spooky makes the call here with Broadway.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I've got North Carolina and NC State, Tennessee and Ole Miss.
I'm down for North Carolina, NC State.
Could that possibly scare off Hunter and his 6'8"?
I don't think it's on TV.
It does.
Wow.
Great fold at Queen 10. Let's go.
Broadway on the bottom.
So that's actually going to keep Spooky alive. He's going to get to keep his chips because the 8-6 hit the muck. And the pair of aces is good on top.
Ace-Jack will take the top, bailing Spooky out.
That one's going to sting for Hunter. I mean, you know, in these spots when you've only got one board.
Yeah, he had
and
absolute
it's not
air
the nut.
on the other one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the fold, but I do think it's maybe a little bit overly cautious. However, it's full pot, right? And he called, so unless it's some sort of like boat over boat situation on bottom, yeah, you're not looking.
I think North Carolina,
good. Interesting hand to start things off.
Okay, we're back to the
Yeah, fun little bomb pot, and we're underway.
Of course.
So yeah, we saw QQQ. We mentioned him in the 1 seat making his debut. And then, of course, we have David in the 2. The 3 seat going by Neil tonight. And he is a OG of TCH Live. Back in the day, you might recognize him. Scott in the 4. Seth in the 5, Zach in the 6, Spooky in the 7, Hunter in the 8, and our friend Musky in the 9.
Yeah, pretty great lineup here, and we are playing 10 1/4. The 50 is coming on for hand number 1 of Hold'em, so perhaps we're just going to play 10 1/4 50 straight off the bat.
Nice.
You just got your card. Rate of 150.
We got Kiwi Special joining us in the chat. Says hi, Aaron and RJ. Yo, what's going on? Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Kiwi. Looks like some friends rooting on Hunter already. Evan and Kirio Senko. Kirio. I'm just going to say it fast. Asit, what's up, buddy? Good to see you guys in the chat already. Kansas Cooler in there as well.
I got whites too.
QQQ going to go ahead and take down his first hand, playing the ace queen as a 3-bet.
I have all sorts of specials. I have all sorts of specials too.
So it's going to be match the stack. So the maximum buy-in going to start off at 5K, and then anyone can match up to the biggest stack at the table at any time. Not everybody buying in for the full 5K. Looks like Musky buying in for 3, Spooky 3K, and Hunter's stack still a little bit off over there. I think he bought in for 4.
That way when you double, when you cooler somebody, you get it all. That's what you want. Oh, I'm thinking. Oh, I already forgot. You on the list? Oh, what up, dude? You on the list? How are you?
Scan the card, please. Thank you.
$50 straddle on once again, so certainly seems like at the very least these two boys starting it off are trying to get the 50 on right away. Spooky gonna open it up with the queen 10 suited, and a medium 3-bet from Hunter.
Could he add it on?
Back to back, huh?
Oh my goodness. Look
Hello,
at this, RJ,
Aces.
starting with some heat.
I would like to request this seat.
And this is under the gun and under the gun 1. The labels on the screen, of course, not accounting for the fact that this is a $50 straddle. So this is literally like the 2 most powerful positions at the table in terms of opening range. Open and 3-bet in front of you, and you've got the birds.
No more cards coming.
That's a pretty good spot. Spooky not wanting to mess with the suited queen 10, and Hunter will take the train as well. Nice little start here for QQQ.
Kings on you.
Got some heat in his holdings, but not a lot of massive pots, but he'll take a quality start when he can get it, right?
Oh, dude, starting off the stream up $820 after just playing 2 hands. Like, yeah, I'm into it. I'll take that.
Terrible idea.
It's the worst idea possible.
It's always nice to start off a stream with like a little bit of momentum, but also just getting some good playable cards.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have we started any session, whether it's on a live stream or not, and you're just like fold, right? Like you just can't play. So getting a couple of hands in straight away just feels nice.
Kind of gets the mind right, the psychology right. You're feeling good, ready to roll.
So, especially when it's like your first time on this stream. I mean, perhaps Henry is a regular on other streams or something, but first time on this one, and we're happy to have him, and off to a nice little start. As Zach here now going to wake up with 2 kings.
Zach in the big blind, looking down at King. Nobody raised this time for him, or I guess there may have been a raise up front.
Collins his hand in the cookie jar, baby.
My hand's in it too.
There was a little raise, 150, so he got a couple of those.
Next hand.
So we look at the chat here. We got Kansas Cooler dropping a $20 super chat. Says out for blood, as in Hunter is out for blood tonight. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, we'll see. Hunter is
Queen
Tell him
8.
He's going to need to
free flop.
dial it up. He's not stuck 4.6K. We do have a little bit of an error on his stack there as we were trying to adjust it from the initial 40K. A little bit of a fat finger on his initial stack, but he is down a little bit, but we'll see if he can work out big profit.
Yeah, I did mention that to. I mentioned that to production that Hunter's stack will get corrected here in a few hands.
Right at 150.
Thank you, Kansas Cooler, by the way. You the man. Hopefully we get to see you sometime during this Trailblazer series going on here the next couple weeks. Always good to see Kansas Cooler in the room when he's around.
And a call we had.
Got a raise from the deuces. Let's see a flop.
Check.
Hunter out for blood, they say, hanging around in that straddle position with Jack 8. Does connect here, 8-7-7 the flop. Neil the raiser, pre-flop raiser with those deuces.
Okay, no.
Does continue, $250.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Hunter calls, we'll see a turn.
Pretty unfortunate turn card here for Neil as far as his barreling range is considered, but he is actually just going to keep his foot on the gas with the two deuces.
650.
Here, I mean, not only can we see that he's got the best hand, but has that gut shot and still an overcard to the board, so his hand feels pretty good to go for the double check call, and he's gonna let this go though.
On his best behavior thus far. Neil getting it done with the deuces.
Yeah, Hunter's given some credit here early. We saw him fold in the bomb pot with what was, definitely like fourth boat or something like that, so it was down a little ways, but now folding the Jack 8 here, RJ, feels a little snug.
A little snug.
That's a fun one to bet on.
Hunter out for blood, but not feeling it just yet.
Is that possible?
Maybe he's in stick and move mode right now.
Never look at all the things.
The controversy of the guy pushing it and pushing it again.
Yeah, like touching it.
Yeah, nice job there from Neil getting that through, and he's up $325 early.
Yeah. The video is very clear.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes you do kind of just have to play those small pocket pairs like that because you're just never going to improve. Like, you're sort of semi-bluffing where you hope that your opponent just folds, but every once in a while they are going to just find a call with some sort of straight draw or whatever that doesn't connect, and you'll get to find a cheap showdown on the river, a free showdown perhaps with the winner.
Well, Neil has improved from those deuces. He has aces this time.
I like that upgrade.
Deuce in the window, deuce 5-6.
That's 400.
Continues pretty strongly here, half pot.
Even nearly full pot, actually. 400 was
pardon
the
me.
wager.
Yeah, that number was including the 400 that I glanced. So yeah, he came out very strong with the aces. He'll take that down. You might recognize Neil. I believe he went by Vex back in the day. Had some legendary hands on the original big game. Of course, he and folks like Trick Time love to get after each other, and they put on a show once in a while. So it's good to see him back.
Heck yeah, dude, those were the days, weren't they?
Right?
Shadow? We shadow? $100. Yeah, we shadow. Raise.
Thank you so much.
250.
We'll share one.
Looks like Scott is rocking a relatively modestly sized Towley figure here this evening. Oftentimes he's got the really big
Right?
character.
I will have to get a peek at it.
At 2.
That would drive me nuts, Aaron, if I had a big old card protector like that. I always wondered how he does it.
Yeah. Yeah, I am with you. If ever I've used one, it's been pretty small.
Yeah, and even the small ones bug me, so I couldn't go large. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I think this Towley is definitely a size that I could maybe manage. But yeah, some of the big ones, like when he's got Big Gay Al or some of those, where they're like a foot tall. I definitely couldn't do that. Hunter putting in the 3-bet here. 2 red 9s out of the small blind. Makes it 1250 after Zach opens to 250. Spooky here just calling on the button is now going to be in a position where if he wants to continue, it's going to be a third of his remaining stack. And he'd have less than pot behind. So pretty uncomfortable for him. And this is just kind of what happens when you don't buy in for the full 5K and you have the $50 straddle straight away. Perhaps even, I think, a $100 straddle on this hand, given the fact that it was open to 250.
Just queens, huh? Just queens?
Yeah, pardon me. Hunter getting it done with the old truck starter. Every time I get pocket 9s, I go start the truck.
7 pairs below that one.
You want to buy on the
Kansas Cooler in the chat. He says he'll be here for the main of the Trailblazer coming up here in about 10 days or so. And he also says that you better see Aaron there.
Well, I hope to make it up there. We'll see.
Yeah.
See if that happens. But yeah, that's going to be a great event. We will be promoting that throughout the evening. Of course, we've got the 500K event for the Trailblazer that just kicked off today and will be running through the weekend.
Call 150. Call 150.
Straddle messing up that hand.
I thought it'd be a pretty close game. It's still good, though. 9.
Raise the 9.
David's going to take this squeeze spot with the King 5 suited, taking it up to 900. And timing, as none of his opponents have a real hand. QQQ with the 2 3s. Going to be tough for him to defend.
A lot of work.
Have we seen flop yet? Just curious.
David shows a 5, as you do.
Shows that monster 5, getting it done with the squeeze spot there for Dave. Let's see, I played with QQQ quite a bit here in the Dallas room. I've probably played with Dave a few times.
I had Houston last night and produced, so I went big.
But QQQ as an opponent seems to be very solid.
Shadow now.
And of course, never busted him too much getting out of line, but I would imagine he snuck a few in.
Yeah.
Wow, no straddle, Neil?
I had a quick game.
Wow.
I didn't know I was going to straddle.
I don't even pretend I'm
The raise is 75.
Neil catching some strays for not putting the 50 on.
a good hand. Keep it reasonable. What is that?
Yeah, the crew letting him know. But we do get a fun 3-bet out of this. Musky's going to make it 425 to go on the button.
Not enough for me to call.
And it's just sort of perfect to take one off in position. He'll either find out straight away on the flop if his hand is worth continuing, or he'll just head for the hills. Unfortunately for him, he's going to make top pair, but Musky has that as well.
Top pair battle.
Wow. 1,100, putting out half of his stack.
Zach looking at that bet like, what the heck is that?
These are tricky spots, RJ. I think we've all kind of found ourselves in spots like this from time to time.
Right.
And a lot of times at the lower stakes, your opponent just has like an overpair, whether they have a diamond or not. They're just like, this board sucks for me, and I just want to win right now. So
I want to end it.
Yeah. Yeah, and against that range, if that were the case, Zach would have a pretty easy time finding a fold. But this is not small stakes, and his opponent could very well be messing around.
All right, so Zach's going to rip it here. All in from Zach. He will check raise for all the chippies. Musky is officially the all-in for 2150. Zach needs some help here.
10.
No help.
10 with the king.
No help, no good. Zach is going to double up Musky.
Yeah, I love having Musky on the stream. He will lead out on these flops. A little heavier than some of the others that we see on Tuesday nights. A little more of an old school technique Musky rocks. He'll pot it on those flops, and sure enough, it causes some action, and he gets the double up on his first one.
Yeah, and Zach's like, oh man, and you like 1.3x overbet the flop. Like I probably could have gotten away from it. You were telling me what was up, and I still jammed, but. Well,
there was no straddle.
Yeah, all the new school books say that, why you bet so much? You know nobody's going to call, and then they go all in. You get all the action you want.
It's good to know that you call 8x open.
10-9,
the double inside out, upside down reverse.
Exactly.
We pay a lot for 10.
I love that when I'm dealing at the 1-2 games. Somebody will throw that little overbet in there and the pot size bets. And why you bet so much? And I'm like, oh, this guy's about to call. And they usually do.
I can't call. You have like.
Rate 150.
With Texas poker, it just doesn't matter how much you bet. Someone's always going to call you.
Right.
Reevaluate on the
You can find customers, just go shopping.
Where's your straddles, guys? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Zach talking about it.
Side called, I was like, oh,
Thanks,
might be.
I didn't even look. I did video.
Spooky gets nothing. He wins 35 bucks.
35 bucks with the ladies for Spooky.
Yeah, he said, I forgot. I just decided I couldn't fold if I flopped top here.
That's just my $8.
There you go. Texas Hold'em at its finest. Zach just described it.
I was expecting ace-10.
I decided I couldn't fold if I had top pair. Love it.
50 to call.
Yeah, I mean, there was already nearly 1,000 in the middle given the sort of large squeeze size that Musky went for pre-flop. So, you know, it's definitely, he doesn't need that much equity to put the 2,300 or whatever it was in. But he just also didn't have any fold equity whatsoever when he jammed. So he knows that he's just going to have to go up against his opponent's equity like to the river every time. And
yeah, he talked about the downside for Spooky earlier when he had the 3K stack. It's kind of the opposite there for Musky. That he's got the 3K stack, flops top pair, and he can just not a lot to think about. The pros and cons of the shorter stack.
Big turn card here for Spooky. Combo draw and a very reasonable price to take one off if he wants to just play this as a check call. The spicy way to go is to check raise though. Let's see how Spooky attacks, or proceeds rather. And it is a check raise. Love it.
Both. Right at 500.
I love it. Let's go.
Nice.
I had a card you needed. Beautiful turn.
And we used to say the best way to win with ace king is to not see a flop. Maybe we should change that to the best way to win with ace king is to not see a river. There's more than one way to take that bad boy down, and Spooky does it.
Straddle, yeah, I'm sorry. I wouldn't know. I'm sorry. Straddle going on now. $50 straddle. Got it.
I spaced out too.
I thought it was two spades, 2 clubs.
No, it's 3 clubs.
The lovely Tiffany in the box tonight, spinning the cards for us.
Yeah.
I had 2 of them.
Okay,
I just can't.
50 to call with your
Tiffany, the MVP of the room, you'll see her doing a lot of different particular jobs in the room. Sometimes slinging drinks, sometimes slinging cards.
Raise to 150.
Does a great job hustling for us.
Yeah, she runs a tight ship too, you know. If you're at the table and she's in the box, like, you know,
That's right.
it's on you and you're kind of farting around on your phone or something, she's gonna let you know.
Pay attention. We're here to play. She'll let you know.
23.
All in.
Rip City from Zach with the ace-10 in the straddle spot. Looks like David was the opener here from the cutoff that suited king-8 of spades. Seth called from the big blind with those deuces, so this likely to be a good spot here for Zach to get it through, pick up some extra change.
Yeah, having not added on, he gets to do this kind of will. And it's
Yeah.
the odd thing about these games where you either buy in short or you maybe take a beat and don't add on. And then you're in a spot where you just do a lot of shoving instead of, you know, post-flop
Yes.
play. Zach just continues to work this 2,500 stack, or if he's got chips on the way. I don't know.
I like to throw in a shorter stack leading out a game. When I first sit down, if I don't know anything about the game, I like to come in a little shorter. I don't like to max by on that first one, see if it'll go, get the feel for the game, blah, blah, blah. Now, sometimes you'll jump in a game that you don't know anything about, and it's crazy, and you're like, okay, I'm bumping up here. Let's go.
Yeah, I think you're
Which is always the best spot to be in. Or it's fun to have that little short buy, or not necessarily short buy, but shorter. It's fun to make that run because that's obviously a bankroll builder when that happens. And every time I sit down ready to go and max buy, man, I feel like I'm 3 buy-ins deep in the first like 30 minutes.
It can happen, short buy or otherwise.
Yeah.
Those chips can find a way into somebody else's stack. All right, Seth here from the small blind, going to go for a very small 3-bet. It was an open to 150, so just taking it up a notch.
2 clubs.
Yeah.
3, 3, 5. 2 players with a flush draw here. It's always fun to rock that small 3-bet in the small blind and get to jump out there on the flop. But this time Seth doesn't hate it because he's got clubs.
Quarter pot into 2 opponents. One of them finds an exit, but wow, David hits a miracle offsuit 7 here. And now with the 2-pair and the flush draw, Seth is well behind, but isn't going to really feel that way probably. Oh, he is going to slow it down with a check.
Now David with my favorite flush draw. It's a flush draw with pairs.
Clean river here. Seth going to show down just ace-king high if we get there.
All right. Can I have another one?
I think if you're checking the turn with ace-king of clubs here, we're checking the river and evaluating, but Seth has not acted yet, and indeed is going to reach for chips.
And a snap call from Dave.
Bet of 900 here. Interesting choice.
I'd rather be that way. Thanks for any call.
Yeah, nice little spot there for Dave to bink that 7 on the turn, take down a juicy pot. That'll put him as our early penthouse chip leader of 2,500 for David.
Yes, thank you. Good thinking.
Yeah, 900 on the river, like you said, after checking that turn, makes it a little tough to get it through. Maybe a small bet on the turn would help, but David had a pretty strong hand anyway.
That'd be a big
Probably,
jam.
you might have waited like 6 seconds.
Could have bet like 4,000.
Yeah, I don't hate a bet on the river, but I think if you do, you go really small, just like super block bet and try to get called by like ace queen or ace 10.
Yeah, it's more 400, 500 range.
I thought about it for 5 fucking seconds.
Even lower. Yeah, honestly, I might put the 350 out there, you know?
Yeah.
But the check, too, I think is perfectly reasonable because unless your opponent has
Heads up.
a jack and like a pretty decent jack, like a king jack, a queen jack, whatever. I mean, maybe if they get to that river with a, you know, a jack high flush draw that then hits that, whether it's jack 9 or whatever, they may still just bet for value. I'm not sure, but feels like you can just do a lot of check calling for reasonable sizes there. But 100 seems a little in between on maybe like value or bluff, and he was obviously not happy when he got snap called. So
fun little turn card here for Dave's hand as he has a gut shot and now picking up hearts. Seth here, back-to-back premiums. Got ace king busted up in the previous hand. This time he's got ace queen on the button.
and he's not slowing it down with a check this time. He says, "Nah, this one is mine."
There we go.
2/3 pot on the turn with just ace queen high, no heart. Pretty juicy spot for David to give him the business, but it always feels dangerous, and instead he's just going to call. Oh, bricks it out.
Yeah, 6 of clubs here, Brick City. Seth and his ace queen, good if we go to showdown.
Yeah.
Dave does check.
Check.
Yeah, oh no, Seth is going to give it up, but it's okay. He's got the ace hit.
That one's going to feel much better than the previous. 1835 in profit for Seth. Dave and Seth exchanging decent pots.
Sort of like a haymaker followed by a left hook.
Yeah.
Who's going to win the next round?
What up, Kayvon? We see you in the chat. He's rooting on Hunter tonight. Go, Hunter. The Wonder Kid. Yeah, I think Hunter recently has started some social media stuff, and he probably has a pretty big following from the previous places he's been and playing throughout his poker career. I believe Pacific Northwest for most of it, but yeah, most of it for Hunter's probably not very much. He's pretty young. Aaron and I, we're getting up there in poker years.
Heads up.
Truth, man. Whole bunch of garbage folded out as we just had single raise pot and defend from the big straddle.
Musky landing something, saying something. 400, another big lead out there. I love it. All right, Kiwi, we'll see you in a little bit.
But if you need Zell or...
You got shadow and free shadow.
No, I meant to like donate.
I always take donations. Charity is always open. Oh, I'm stuck tonight. Musky's on.
You been watching any of these Olympic games?
Man, not much. Occasionally I'll get to sit down and watch a little bit of something, and I'd get into it, whatever it is. You know, the other night there was a little bit of monobob. I got into some figure skating. So I've got to see a couple of events here and there. And I'm a wuss now, by the way. I'm just an old man pansy. Like when I see these athletes like have success, I dang near cry. I'm such a wuss. I couldn't watch a sad movie anymore.
This game definitely needs some fire checks.
Oh man, poker years and just all years around. It's you're getting up there, man.
Right? I'm telling you. I used to be young, educated, and tough. Not anymore. Now I'm dumb and I cry if I see an Olympic medal.
Well, good for you.
Have
Scott
you
here is up against it.
Yeah,
David
up against it.
Fours. Oh no, Scott somehow gets to a river. Top pair.
Scott David chit-chatting over there
What
with a
the?
little bit of a giggle.
What's that?
And Scott's like, thanks for that, River.
Yeah.
Only 1K?
Drawn dead and got there.
I think 3,000.
But no, I don't really watch television, so
Yeah.
I don't have access to it. But whenever I've been in the room here at TCH Social in Austin, they'll have it up on the different screens. And I do find it very interesting, some of the events, like the bobsled, the skeleton, like those are pretty cool because people are just freaking going so fast down that little chute. And I'm still always horrified by the look of the surroundings, like outside of the little channel that they're
right.
in. I'm like, bro, if you flew out of there, you're just gonna hit.
Yeah, and throughout bobsledding history, there's been a few of those, but of course they have it much more safe nowadays, and keep those sleds in the track as much as they can. But yeah, that's happened before, and it's not fun. I know the mono sled, when they're just running one person, goes over 70 miles an hour. So, yeah, they're cruising.
Dude, flying. Got a real hand developing here, RJ. Ace, king, and pocket jacks. Musky going for the small 3-bet out of the small blind, though, so this is not going to blow up the pot. And Hunter is just going to call after Neil calls. So we had what really could have been a pretty big pot between the jacks and the ace-king. As it stands, Neil is actually going to come from a distant third to a plurality of the equity. That ace of hearts really doing some work.
Yeah, 1,400 in it. And we get this flop all hearts, 6-3-4.
I'm gonna go to the.
Interesting spot here for Neil holding the ace of hearts.
The only good games left are Thunder.
Hunter with the overpair and a heart.
Every other game we're playing is like a tanking team. We have like Grizzlies coming up.
This is very interesting. So Neil gonna raise straight away with that ace of hearts.
Yeah, and Flag doesn't play it.
And back over to Hunter. I mean, overpair and a heart. But we've already seen him be like relatively cautious. I mean, this is a lot of aggression being shown. At the same time, so I understand this full, but at the same time, like if Neil has flopped a flush, is he ever going to raise unless it's like the 9-high flush, RJ?
Not unless it's a tiny one, I agree. That makes you feel like you're either ahead or you're drawing, right?
I think Kansas.
If you were to have jacks with the jack of hearts.
Yeah, like
on
maybe,
the button.
Yeah, maybe Neil has flopped his set. That's a very reasonable place to also go for a raise. But yeah, I don't know. I think he was right to sort of think about it for a little bit there. It does eventually let the 2 jacks go, which was pretty unfortunate given the fact that he could have put in a 4-bet pre and ISO'd against the ace-king. We don't know what would have happened on turn and river if they had just gotten it all in pre, but that was a pretty good looking flop for the 2 jacks against ace-king.
Yeah, I feel like I would at least want to see a turn, but Neil throwing in that raise, getting it through there.
Yeah, that's 2 now that Neil has sort of powered through, specifically against Hunter.
So young too. And motivated, man. It's hard. Like when you tank for 2 straight years, I mean, you want out.
We don't have our own pick, right?
This year we do. This year we control the pick. But after that, it gets a little.
We got one with Dave.
Even the picks we got.
150, 150.
We got one with Dave.
Exactly.
So we got 26 and 27. We got one with Dave.
Yeah.
The 27 that was protected, right? It's like, isn't it? I think it's protected.
Is that right?
I gotta look it up again, but I'm pretty sure. That one.
Check.
3 ways, single raise pot.
Got 200. Calm. Go. Heads up.
Thank you.
Yeah, single raise with some A few raggedy cards in there. Zach holding King Jack.
Check.
Looks good until your opponent's holding 9-5 and lands it.
Check. Check.
Easy check on turn and river. David gonna get to show down this offsuit Dolly Parton.
Good enough one. Negative, appreciate
it. Snap on the 7, he would get a call.
All right, straight bloggers.
How can I fool?
Yeah, the table having a little fun talking some sports there. Our man Zach B started a podcast not long ago, The Betting Booth, with a local sports radio guy, Jared Sandler. Shout out to Jared Sandler, he just had a baby. So Jared Sandler now a papa, so congrats to the Sandler family.
And a seat dropping in the chat there that if I come up to Dallas, the 4 of us will all go out and grab some tasty
I like to eat.
libations. Hell yeah, dude. That sounds awesome. Well, I hope that I can make it up there, so I'd love to take you up on that.
You played the first 3 hands, and now it's played a hand.
Took
over your job.
Musky's got queens in the cutoff. He made it 150 to go and finds 3 customers. Let's see if flop 4-handed.
That's the worst. On Taco Tuesday.
Bet 3.
A little bit of something there for everybody.
Yeah.
Musky, though, still out in front.
Relentless.
Well.
Always fun when you're holding the queens and you get that deuce 3-4 flop and you're like, man, I hope nobody has the wheel area so I can just take this thing down.
Yeah, it feels pretty good whittling it down to just 1 player going to the turn, and this 3 really 2s and 3s just really shouldn't make up much of your opponent's range.
This game is
kind of give them an ace and maybe some spades, something like pocket 6s, 7s, stuff like that. But yeah, you're just not too worried about the 3. Bet of 800 here. Musky should feel like he's just in control, and now QQQ has to decide how he wants to proceed. If he's going to take off another card, and he will.
Yeah, no skinny rabbit here. We're getting close to 3K and a 6 of hearts. Bingo bango for QQQ.
What was the spread? 2.5. Fair bet.
He not slowing down, though, says the spades missed. Yeah, I lose to a 5, but I'm going to bet anyways. Not going to just, like, show weakness and let you blast. But he's about to get the business now.
So yeah, with a board like this is Musky's version of a blocker bet at this point. QQQ having none of it. He's going to rip it all in, and Musky makes the call. So this pot ballooned up to nearly 10K now.
And what a float there on the turn. Board paired, just 9 high working, and the straight draw, but drills it and gets the max as Musky is down to the felt. Gonna need a reload. What a hand there for QQQ.
Talk shit about him now. He's fucking fix it all in 5-9. These guys stay up tight.
That's right. The guy's giving him a hard time. They picked on him once. Now he's in there with 9-5 on the button, busting people.
I mean, the fun part about floating with a hand like that is that you don't have any spades, so your opponent is going to be full up on spades. And if the river bricks spades, most people are just giving up, right? They're not going to triple off with missed spades. So if we get to a river that doesn't complete a spade flush and Musky checks, then QQQ is just going to have free reign to put in the big bet and take down the pot. So it might look a little bit spicy there, but I think having no spade and just being in position does make a lot of sense to just take one off there. So well played by QQQ. He's just going to get fortunate, obviously, with that river and the fact that Musky bets a little too much of his stack to then fold to the raise on the end. Gets paid.
Fold.
So we've had some pots with some meat on them, but the first real big one of the evening going to QQQ.
This is a raise and a 3-bet straight away from under the gun and under the gun 1, given the straddle to 50.
Yeah, Zach's original raise was 150, then Spooky went to 450. Back to Zach, and he's going to rip it. All in with that 2150 stack. And now Spooky's like, this is the second time I got in trouble with Jack 10 suited.
Gonna show it to his neighbor. Try to get a little something out of him, but he is gonna let it go.
Zach wants to show a Jack. Think he'll do it? Showing a card. Surely it was the Jack, right?
Playing tight.
One would imagine he said domination, so yeah, I think
Playing tight.
Fade the snap.
All right, let's look at the profit and loss here. QQQ up nearly a 5K buy-in. Musky down 3K. We do have Hunter recalculated in the system and settled on down 1.6.
Yeah, that looks a little more accurate.
Zach, put your act.
I think he was probably originally in for 4K, and he's added a little bit on, so I'll take it.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. Straddle for 50.
Everybody's showing off Jack's last hand,
He showed Jack.
and now Spooky's got 2 of them.
The stream is
50 to card. Straddle.
probably wrong.
Roy to 150.
Ace queen.
Call.
Ace queen.
Call.
Nines?
Call.
Couple of jacks here for Spooky.
You don't like nines? That's like everybody's set hand. That's supposed to be the most powerful one.
Damn. Pairs galore here.
And a call.
1, 2, 3, 4 pairs for us, 5-handed to the flop.
Anybody else need
See
a
if
boost?
Tiff can bring some heat here.
We have 5
Set,
in hand.
set.
King 10-7. We got 1 set. Musky lands a 7.
A little bit of a get right spot here for him after going down to the felt a few hands ago. And despite the connected nature of this board, he is just gonna call. Everyone else out of the way and gets a really nice turn card, the 5 of spades.
That's 600. Oh, in.
There we go. Now Musky's got it in there. He looked for the check raise, and he's got it. Can't see what Spooky bet there. It looks like about 600 was Spooky's bet. And now Musky has ripped it all in, and I believe... Okay, I see what happens. Spooky has about 2,500 remaining.
No, the bet was correct, as you said, 600.
Oh, okay, there you go.
All in for the 1,900 remaining.
1,900
But-
remaining.
Anything that's not king.
I saw
But
the
yeah,
pile
the
of
jack-
purple there from Musky. Plenty to cover Spook.
Tough spot there, but preserves the remaining 2K thereabouts, and he's going to add on a bit.
You go to Michigan?
Goes into the
No, live them.
pouch.
I need to give me a pouch.
No, I live them like
Yeah, you like the over-the-shoulder little bags or the fanny pack? What are you into?
I do have a small over-the-shoulder bag. When they first come out, I wasn't real high on them. I thought they were kind of goofy, but once I got to using one of them, they come in handy. They come in handy. It's pretty lightweight. It's not
Neither team threw the ball.
as girthy as a backpack by any means. So yeah, the over-the-shoulder man purse has worked out pretty well for me.
That is kind of the vibe on some of them, most of them really, but yeah, I mean,
Another set, yeah.
ever-evolving
#1 bucket
fashion situation out there.
Scott's on the button with ace-queen suited, finds a spot to 3-bet, and David coming along with ace-jack, and we get a jack-high flop.
It's cool, but they got these big tents outside, so they do tailgate indoors, and it's like going Oktoberfest.
Like in like a chicken neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing happening here through to the river. David now going to need to get his value the old-fashioned way, which is bet your own hand.
Bet 1,000.
And he does. A bit of an overbet. 885 out there. He just fires 1,000.
Let's say for football. It's funny, I still haven't been to Athens for
And of course,
I'll probably go up
it's always fun, and you want to make that call after check when you're holding ace-king, ace-queen, but oftentimes it does not catch a bluff, right?
It really depends on your customer, and I think David is one of the characters at the table that you might look up there from time to time. But he immediately started bantering at Scott as well, just seemingly very confident, very comfortable. Maybe that's the way David bluffs. I don't know. You know, more power to him if he can just launch a 1K overbet bluff
right
down the river and immediately start chatting up his opponent. But it was a good fold by Scott.
Yeah, Dave does have a little chat to his game.
That's fun.
He's definitely not new school with the ear pods in.
Leaving the stadium is rough.
It's crazy.
It's rough.
He will definitely socialize now.
I've gotten stuck at the field.
We went to Notre Dame, Michigan once. Couldn't get over 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It was crazy. Man, we were walking. Police officers were at traffic. We're like, we're gonna just walk. And he's like, you're not going that neighborhood. Yeah.
QQQ bumping it up. Race to 150 out there in middle position.
I went to South to get out of it.
Finds a few customers for $1.50. Let's go to a flop 4 ways.
So fun. We lost by 30, but other than that, it was really fun.
I lived down with Georgia, went to that. When Georgia went south.
QQQ, yeah. If you're going to bump it up with queen 9, let's get a queen high flop. 1 diamond.
NFL-wise,
Call 300. Heads up.
I don't really want to go to Philly for
Yeah, that was a couple.
Lambeau would probably be up there at Cowboys at Packers if it wasn't like super cold.
QQQ checking that flop. Finds a bet from the cutoff as Scott landed second pair on this flop.
Yeah.
700.
Yeah, that's true.
San Francisco for the
This
Cowboys.
is working out really well for Henry here.
I've heard great
QQQ.
things about it. And it's
Top
beautiful.
pair, middling kicker, happy to just check and call flop, seemingly setting himself up for another easy check and call on turn. Scott, for his sake, is going to have pretty natural check on the river from his opponent, and he can just check back if he doesn't improve, one would presume. So I do like that if he's going to bet the flop, go ahead and bet again on the turn.
No, I know. Yeah, with the bay.
But let's see. Henry here really
the
giving
Giants
us
play
some
the baseball
thought.
stadium. It's with the bay in the back.
Does commit the chips for the call.
Giants.
Giants is really pretty. Yeah.
Home run in that bay. Chasing the ball.
No improvement for Scott's King 10. And indeed, Henry will give it a knuckle. And go down the winner after Scott checks back. Nice pot there.
Yeah, nice pot, 2,600 in it. And as you mentioned, the river goes check very quickly.
Wow. Super pro.
Yeah, well played by both players there, I think. But Henry getting the business done, and he's up 6,300. All profit here for Henry so far tonight. Well played.
Okay, sit for
Through 1 hour on TCH
Oh,
Live.
good to see you.
So I get
Yes.
stacked.
Stop.
RJ, you want to go ahead and pull up the...
We have made it an hour.
Yeah, pull up the little flyer we got here for the 500K guarantee tournament, kicking off the Trailblazers Season 2, event number 6. It's going to be a 500K guarantee tournament, going to be running from today through the weekend. Day 2 going to be on the 22nd. Restart at 1 p.m. Final table going to be live streamed here on TCH Live, starting at 7 o'clock on the 23rd. So $500 buy-in going to get you into that 500K guarantee. Go ahead and plan out your starting flights and book a ticket to day 2, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, indeed. That's a good one.
Now it's called,
Oh, that's true. It's called.
Aquasure.
That is a good one coming at you this week here at Texas Card House Dallas. And yeah, we'll mention, as Aaron mentioned, we have the final table for that one coming at you Monday night. And that will actually be our next stream that's coming at you from here in Dallas. Friday night 2-5 stream will not happen this week as the Trailblazer event rolls on. And so we'll skip a week on the Friday night cash game to honor the tables that we might need for Trailblazer events Friday night.
I would take the under.
Damn right, man. The rooms are always just completely packed.
Packed.
Wall-to-wall wait list for cash games, as long as, you know, pretty much as far as the eye can see, everybody just trying to get into the tournament. So, yeah, plan accordingly. Tomorrow is going to be Wednesday, and then you got Thursday. Those are pretty good starting flights to not run into too many, like, alternates.
Yeah.
So, the best time to get in and find yourself a bag for day 2 is going to be, you know, either getting into the late flight, late reg tonight, or perhaps coming in tomorrow or Thursday. Certainly can wait until Friday or Saturday if that's what works for you, but do expect to get here early or perhaps deal with some alternates.
That was a wild game.
So much had to happen for me to be in that position.
Yeah, 2025-26 poker is kind of weird. You have to figure out how you want to navigate the registration process and those hours of alternates, and you get to figure out what you like best when choosing the earlier week smaller field, perhaps on Wednesday, Thursday, or the large field on Friday, Saturday. So it's fun to have those conversations with your buddies.
Ex-Michigan, no?
I will tell you one thing. There is nothing better than going in and playing the very first flight of the tournament.
Oh.
And bagging and just being like, yeah, I'm done. I put like 30 bigs in a bag, and I'll see you guys on Sunday. So good luck finding your bags throughout the rest of the week.
Absolutely. What a feeling. Yep. I forget what tournament it was that was interrupted. I guess it was the even bigger one last month. It was interrupted by the winter storm. So we lost a few days, and then they came back a week later to complete the day ones, and then we made it to day 2 in the final table. Now, on day 2, there was a woman that was playing there, and she said, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've been in this thing since last Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, she bagged that very first day and then didn't have to play day 2 for like 13 days or something.
Gotcha.
Pretty good turn here for Musky, by the way.
Yeah, above average.
He's got the big flush. I'm not sure how Queen Jack has much equity there. I must be missing something.
Yeah, it just wasn't updated correctly.
Oh, there it was. Yeah, there was the 7%. Even then running a little high.
Yeah, we've been making the playoffs like we need.
Musky does come out swinging here on the river to the tune of 1,500.
1,500.
Jack of Spades hitting this river does make it a little interesting for Zach, holding the Queen of Clubs, connecting with the Jack.
It's kind of a spot where if Musky had bet quite small in a blocker kind of fashion, that Zach would have the type of hand to potentially bluff with himself. As it stands, he's like, you either have a flush or like a set, or you have nothing, right? So like the jack with the queen of clubs blocker, he kind of has a pretty decent bluff catcher here. It doesn't really look like it perhaps on its face, but it actually is quite good.
Yeah, a little over 1,300 in this pot going into the river. Now he's facing this a little more than pot-sized bet from Musky.
Good hand to call with Musky, but
yeah, and you can hear Zach say the same thing you just said, Aaron. Got a pretty good hand to call with, but I don't know if I want to.
Thankful if he can find the fold button here and click it, because yeah, he was cooked.
Musky, big hands deserve big pots. He went after it. Zach found the fold. Well done.
Club, queen of clubs.
Zach continuing to ride the nub here. He's on 2K. By far the shortest remaining stack at the table. Just going to see if he can spin that back up. But as far as profit and loss go here, QQQ still at the head of the table, and Scott now down there below Zach, 3,700 in the hole after a couple of sort of unfortunate runouts for his hands that have just kind of gotten him a little bit handcuffed into paying off bets.
It could be a problem. Did you take the buy at 490? No.
Right at 150.
Oh, that's right, you did. Yeah, I get basketball so back.
All right, Hunter finds a spot here, splash around on the button. Folds around to him. Bumps it up 150 to go.
I'm not dead.
We're home.
And a pair for everybody.
200. Two.
Sucks Rogers won't play.
Heads up.
Yeah. He loves the drama.
He's got to be figuring out what he needs.
Still just top pair versus second pair.
QQQ. Really the beneficiary of some high equity flops for him tonight thus far.
That's the whole point of the bet.
And we love it when we have those evenings.
Like, you know what? I'm going to be the backup because he'll retire. If they make him the backup, he'll retire.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, it feels good to have some of these just like, it's low stress.
Yeah.
I just have a hand that's too good to fold, and I just win. So keep it coming.
Keep them coming, dealer.
No, I agree. He doesn't like to get hit anymore. Like, he does not. Like, he
45-year-old man.
No, I'm just saying, like, he will not get hit. Like, he'll just get rid of the fight.
Yeah, a couple sessions ago I played, and one of my buddies at the cage was picking on
There were
me.
a bunch of plays in that playoff.
They were like, man, you were super nitty today. And I was like, yeah, I was just running a little, just card dry and not feeling it. Didn't feel like splashing around. I was kind of nitty today. I said, I think I played 3 or 4 pots. They were all easy, and I made a little money, and now I'm going home. But we had mentioned how nice it is when you do have those stress-free sessions like that.
Their secondary got beat up.
Well, what's especially nice is when you're pipping at like 35% and just get easy winners.
Right.
Or like easy folders where you're like, yeah, I called a single raise and I just like folded on the flop.
I agree.
The Seahawks defense basically the whole second half of the year stopped everybody except their offense.
Yeah.
7 deuce.
We do the nip up.
The hammer getting it done for Dave.
Yeah, I got a short
Want it?
Little squeeze from the big takes it down.
Now, okay?
Hey, looky there, Aaron. We got Niet Buttons coming
I
out.
would have played differently.
Ayo.
You got it?
Everybody folds to the guy raising with 7 deuce offsuit. Yeah, you gotta get
Yeah,
We
exactly.
do a splash spot at the end.
100 splash spot?
No. It's 100. You lose 100 to every player. So you lose $800.
$800 plus.
And you can pick it. You put it in the middle for a splash spot.
Yeah. So
You have to show your hand.
this is 100 each, right?
Yep.
So 800.
So the guy that loses those 800. Correct. 2 pots.
Yeah, it's gonna be
There you
splash
go. You hear
spot.
Zach and the table discussing the rules of the Niet Button game.
Straddle 50.
$100 per player, so they will splash a pot with the $800. So the loser of the Niet Button game splashes a pot with the $800. Sometimes they do it in one pot, sometimes they do it $400 in 2 separate pots, but nonetheless, we have a nice little splash pot.
And the loser of that net game has a chance to get their money back. So
Absolutely. Opportunity to get their money back. Makes it juicy. Looks like 550. The 3-bet from Musky here. 3-bet over Zach.
Got a deuce in my hand.
There we go. We got the Nit game started off correctly with a 3-bet, but we didn't get to see a flop. So Musky will take it down, get rid of his Niet Button.
And after Musky got stacked in that hand against QQQ, he's worked his way back, and he's only down 500.
Climbing back. In the middle of the pack now with plenty of stack, 9.5 thousand in his stack.
Right at 150.
And right, that's the thing about Musky, when he leads out a little bit old school with heavy pot size bets, you go through those swings a little bit where you can crash turning one corner, but you can get it right back very, very soon.
Check.
Again, a little bit of something here for everybody. Top pair, second pairs, and straight draw. Seth.
9-10 got out of there. Jack 10 and open-ended hanging around. QQQ with the best of it with his queen 6.
Check.
No improvement for any of these players. QQQ will show down the winner once again. Just one of these spots where it's like, oh, you just have top pair.
Yeah.
No thicker.
10 is good. 10 is good. 10.
And this time it goes runner diamonds. Nobody really wanted to stab at it. And easy showdown for QQQ.
What a life. Open the queen 6.
What a life indeed.
What a life, and no Niet Button for QQQ. Up 7.3, a little over 7,000 already. Not even an hour and a half into tonight's stream. Out of the gate strong tonight for QQQ.
Yeah, I mean, and let's not forget, he started the stream off with back-to-back hands, ace-queen followed by aces, won both of those pots, pre-flop, with a 3-bet and a 4-bet showdown, and he really hasn't looked back. He's just been winning every pot he plays, pretty much. Potential squeeze spot here for Zach. Can also just take one off, but yeah, he's gonna jam it.
This one has to get called.
Oh, David gives no fucks whatsoever. Immediately shows the 6, gets shown a 3, and now here's the ace on its back. We're gonna run king 6 into ace 3 for 4K.
Nice, David's ready to gamble. King 6 making a call. Ace 3 for Zach, he ripped it. And hello, it's never easy. 9, 5, 4, 2 hearts.
Oh no, too many outs.
King of spades. David gets the check mark.
That's so nasty.
Not the king of spades. Out there. I want all those green chips.
Oh no.
A 6 on the second flop. David's got the lead. ace-3 whiffs out twice for Zach. Gets wham-boozled by David and his king-6.
Let me keep some.
Yeah, but down to the felt, it's not so bad when you kind of dwindled down to 1850 in stakes this size, so.
And he said he was riding that nub, so it was kind of fun that he gave the short stack a chance. And I have a feeling he's ready to go now.
Yeah, no, he's going to keep 1,000 in green and reach into the bag. He's got a pouch inside of a pouch.
No, he told you 1,000.
Pouchy pouch. That's another way to go.
Here you go.
Who's this? Alright.
No, I'm just kidding. Give me that.
Oh, this is your? David, this is your Niet Button.
Wrong place.
Oh, no, I'm just curious. Is that over there? I thought.
5K. 5K.
Okay, Zach at 5K in there. 5,000.
King 6 suit is my favorite hand.
So there you go. Zach's ready to come in for 5K now.
Shove that shit.
No, but that's. I mean, even it's like the neutral.
Zach at big bucks. If you want, you don't have to.
Similar to his original buy-in, so he'll probably be in for about 10K now. Ready to roll.
When you called, I was like, probably still good.
Get the call, please.
Yeah, I know. With the nip
Gotta love it, some Niet Button madness.
Yeah, dude.
Right at 150.
I'm way priced.
King of spades on the rivers. Very good.
I mean, I had like 57.
Yeah, I'd rather hit the heart. Can't, it's the offsuit king.
I knew they were coming pre-clock.
I'm sorry, 550. Right at 550.
All right, Neil was in the action there in that first orbit. Now he's back. He's going to 3-bet here for 550.
I just knew the 6 was coming.
He's been a little quiet since that first orbit.
Hate to see it.
But yeah, he has found a spot here to 3-bet and get rid of that Niet Button.
Thank you, sir.
I like the flavor.
I don't know what to drink.
I drink like Celsius, but now I'm like sick of Celsius.
Yeah, I'm sick of every flavor.
We have a lot of new stuff.
I used to drink like
We have a lot of protein drinks too.
Yeah, they're talking about protein drinks and healthy energy drinks. You found any of those, Aaron, that you like?
David runs so good on stream every time.
So, no. I haven't tried a lot of the new sort of protein-based stuff.
I'm gonna lose
I feel
800
just
in
a
the
little
game.
bit weird about that
probably going to be
Right.
whale something off.
genre or whatever you want to call it, the fad. And as far as the energy drinks go, no, most of those are just god-awful. Like, I can't drink
Right.
I know. I will say that I'm like, I found some old school shit that's like, there's only 2 flavors left. The old full throttle.
I saw a.
They've got the original in the black can, it's just like original citrus, and then they've got the blue can, which is some other kind of citrus flavor. And like, they're just all sugar. It's not pulling any punches. It's like it's got taurine and all this stuff, and it's got sugar. We're not messing around with aspartame or acesulfame or any of the garbage, like sweeteners. It is what it is, you know, and it's, I can drink one of those if I have to on like a long road trip, but other than that, I don't.
Yeah, I stay away from it for the most part. Occasionally I'll find one that I like.
I get 1,000 from him, Jack 70s.
King, Queen, 9 the flop here. A lot of people have kings and pieces of this. QQQ has the Jack of Spades with his king.
Spades one time. If anybody can, I think it's QQQ.
Right?
And the call, we got 3 players.
Not yet. But still way out in front here.
Check. Check, check. River.
Great river card. Oh, it's the other big spade.
Now the Jack of Spades feeling real good, Clark.
Yeah, nut flush. Holding the Jack of Spades. Doesn't happen too often, but here we are.
There's no race off for this break yet, but we do need chip count. Chip count.
At 800.
Hunter going to turn his king into a bluff. Says, well, shit, maybe someone has rivered an ace, and I'm going to need to bluff them off of it to win now. Unfortunately for he, the guy who's been winning all the pots tonight, has the nuts. And yeah, I mean, given the size of this pot and the fact that both Spooky and Hunter have less than 3K behind, QQ. I go ahead and figure out, I guess, all in. Pretty much the only thing to do.
Yeah, right. Can't really make it 2K.
What beer do you have?
Oh, he is going to click it.
Grade 1850.
1850, the number.
He's going to find the click.
I feel Hunter's pain. When you're trying to be careful, when you do get in there, get yourself in trouble. I feel the same way. When I'm trying to play careful and when I do jump in there,
good defense.
Find myself in those spots.
No way.
I'm much better when I'm just going nuts.
Triple Q, baby.
David's like, did you bluff? He's like, I never bluffed. He hasn't needed to bluff tonight, that is for sure. You just had the good.
I liked it.
I liked it until you
I mean, most poker sessions, you have to bluff like a few times just to, like, you just get a natural bluffing spot, you go for it, and you get a fold, and it feels nice, right? But there are those sessions where, like, you just never bluff. You just always have it. It's incredible.
Good clean run tonight. My showdown percentage was about 92%.
Right at 150.
Yeah. And what do you know? He's got another big hand.
Oh.
All right, Neil coming in with just a call there. Ace Queen from the low jack. Q raised it up with Ace Queen. Let's see. Who else hanging around here?
We got 3 playing a hand.
So Q raised it up. Neil and Musky coming along.
Every queen is either in the hands that we can see here or has been folded. So that 9 is actually not such a big dog. Doesn't find it though.
So we're running low on the ladies here.
Showing you an ace on their hand.
Very low on ladies.
In honor of our partner Eric Van Loozen.
I have ace 6.
Oh, catching strays out there. EVL, dude. Oh my God.
He'll be happy to know I picked on him even if he's not here.
I'm not opening the king 6 to fold.
That's 5.
Spade flush draw for Neil. QQQ does have the queen of diamonds to kind of rep stuff on a diamond run out, perhaps, but he's got to think about floating. 525 right now.
King 8 through King Jack, King Queen.
Never holding any 2 cards, literally, not any 2 cards. You could have showed me 2 aces, I probably still got.
And he's gonna give up the pot.
Yeah, Neil finding another good spot here. Helps to have the majority of the equity, but it seems like I like the pattern Neil is on when you get to take that little break, you know, after coming out a little bit hot, and then you get to take a break for several orbits. And now you can get back in there, and the players kind of have to respect you when you're 3-betting and raising and stuff, right? You've been off for a little while.
Well, that, and just the fact that, like, he hasn't really been showing down hands. He's just been, like, putting in raises, getting it through. Like, yeah, Neil's been playing pretty well here tonight. I've definitely appreciated the level of aggression that he's brought. Nobody knows that he's been getting away with stuff.
Right.
So it's really working out for him.
Call.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier how you have to play those small pairs harder than you want to a lot of times, and he put that to good use at least once, maybe twice. I feel that way with small pairs. I feel that way sometimes with like a suited ace. You know, sometimes you have to just play those hands more aggressively than you want to get the business done.
We're gonna go 4 ways to a flop. Scott taking it up to 400 and getting called. 2 players in position, 1 player from the straddle, and what do you know? Scott flopping top 2 against bottom set for Zach.
Yikes.
Oh, goodness.
Man, Scott has been running equity-wise like this, it seems like for a month, and here he is, top 2 against bottom set.
Yeah, this is absolutely savage. And it's a get-right spot for Zach, who did go down to the felt on his first buy-in. Of course, no sense in raising here. Queen 9-3 rainbow.
Hands up. In.
Oh, and we're doing it. That didn't take long on the turn.
Sure didn't.
Just one time.
Scott rips it. Zach makes the call with a set of 3s. Scott's going to need a queen or a 9. They're running it once. That is not a queen or a 9. Set of 3s will outdo top 2.
That's just such a big setup. It's like you just can't do anything.
I knew that. I would have raised
the old full tilt flop, right?
Blind poker's rigged. Live poker's rigged. All rigged.
33.60.
Yeah, Patty June in the chat. That's what we're all thinking.
OMG.
400.
Well, you guys last week with my second
Pretty unfortunate spot there. We feel for you, Scott, but
thank you.
he's gonna get back in the saddle, grab some chips out of the pouch, and not gonna let that keep him down. He's gonna go a long ways for Zach. He is now out of the hole, just like that.
Out of the hole, in the green.
When you said I have a
He's
really
up
good hand,
full
I was
truck
like, it
payment
feels like
now.
it's better than 1 pair then. Then I'm kind of worried.
But I didn't like it. You called so fast.
There you go. There's the largest pots of the evening, Aaron. And that one there, a little over 10K is number 1.
Shadow.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Feel good when you win.
Now I can stack the Niet tens. God, I should have added on for more. What a pussy. Should have added on for, should have added on for 10K. God, I run bad.
Zach running bottom set into top 2, and he's disappointed he didn't have his man covered.
Ready to 150?
Here is your chance.
Not Hunter.
All right, another pretty nice starter here for Zach, yeah.
You're in a good bluff. I like it. I liked it. In my head, I was like, you should be bluffing this hand. Queen 9, dude.
4 ways, Aaron.
Give the deck.
Queen 9 again.
Flop here for Scott.
No, I'm just kidding. Do whatever you want.
Rubbing it in with the Queen 9 flop here. This time Hunter has Queen 9, top 2 for him. It's much more safe this time.
He shows this down.
Call. Heads up.
Zach's not going to let him off the hook yet. A 10 on the turn would be absolutely devastating.
Check.
Good card here on the turn, as now Hunter can really get paid by any other queen out there that has a semi-decent kicker. King, Jack, even a 10. Is going to consider putting more chips in the middle.
He just ripped it.
Overbet jam. He's going to sort of merge his hand in with all of the potential flush draws and straight draws that he has. I actually kind of like this. I think, you know, if Zach does have something like Queen 10, he's just going to be like, oh no, like this is so stupid, but like you have enough bluffs and draws that I can't fold. So he basically gets paid the max by everything that he beats. That just can't fold. So Zach, fortunate to have a hand like this.
Good turn.
And get away from it. At least potentially. I mean, he hasn't folded yet, but.
Yeah, and you see Hunter grinning, thinking the same thing you're thinking. Man, he has king, queen, or queen, jack. Let's just do this already.
Yeah, I think those chips would have already gone across the line. I think he's a little bit now like, oh God, I hope he has the queen, jack, and the queen, right? It's just sort of knitting it up a little bit.
You never do this with value, right? So weird.
There you go, Zach, thinking the same thing you are, that he beats a lot of bluffs here. And that queen nine of spades out there could be a bluff.
Just won a big pot off of Scott, so he's got a little bit of profit in front of him, but I don't know if he's gonna find the call here. Oh, is he gonna mix? He's gonna randomize? Fold apparently.
Pumping.
Oh, close. That's a good bet. Studying's been paying off.
Did Idol land in ties?
I have to see it too.
You get a bottle?
Yes! Good to celebrate a fold once in a while. Zach says yes, and Hunter gets rid of his Niet Button. Top two. 775 in profit for Hunter.
Yeah, you wanted that extra 2150. I'll tell you that much. But you know, not so bad.
No, yeah. That's why.
3 players remaining in the net game set. Spooky and Scott all still with the little red frisbee.
Shadow.
3-bet percentage.
That one took a little longer than it should have.
We haven't had a ton of 3-betting, but we've had enough. Zach Musky leading the way.
Tens no spell.
Tell you what, we hadn't have enough. 3-betting from Spooky. He's on 0%.
0. Rocking the goose egg.
150.
I thought he threw one out with the Jack-10 one time and got in trouble with it. I guess maybe that wasn't a 3-bet.
No, you're right, he did against Zach. It was early position open. He 3-bet and he folded. So he's not at 0. WTF. Getting scammed on his stats over here, bro.
We won't tell Spook. Although we just told.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he has one hand, that probably puts him at the 3% that the next lowest person was
right.
at, and there were like people at 3% or whatever. So like he's in good company down there.
Hunter holding the king of spades here, making it a little bit interesting. David does check second pair over to Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, this is such a good spot to continue. Oh, and he's gonna size up. I love it. Doesn't really leave himself much behind, so it's kind of putting all the eggs in one basket there. I mean, I like the big bet. I don't know, 1,500 leaving 19 behind. If you get called, what do you have, less than half pot left to bet? That maybe is a little bit awkward, but he powers it through nonetheless. Well played.
Shows a sign of commitment. Whether you're committed or not, we don't really know.
Right, with the king high.
Come on, big. We got shadow for $50.
I guess it's a little dusty around the rail. They're going to get all the way around to the button and blinds here. David says, let's bump it up. From the small blind, we get 3 players to the flop. Not a lot connecting here. Leaves the door open for QQQ with king high on the button. He'll bet it and take it down. Aaron, have you heard about the big multi-day we've got coming up this weekend, part of the Trailblazer series?
You're damn right I have. It's 500K. Guarantee $500 buy-in kicked off today. In fact, I think you could probably even still late reg the 5 o'clock flight. And yeah, you got plenty more opportunities running through the weekend. Day 2 going to be on Sunday the 22nd. Restart at 1 p.m. Final table right here on TCH Live. 7 o'clock on Monday. So be sure to hop in. You've got 2 locations, Texas Card House Dallas, TCH Las Colinas, running starting day 1 flights here until the end of the week.
And a full.
We have hit the wrong button. Oh, mercy.
Ruh-roh, froze it up.
I'm telling you, my mouse hit the mic box over here, and we are
guy within 11.
stuck.
There's 4 minutes left.
Oh, they're dead.
You're up 11?
Well, it's the first time I've seen something like this happen, but we've still obviously got the stream going and the audio and everything in the background. Just video locked up. See if you can find a way out.
Minus 200 units. And I was on the way here, and the guy goes, my buddy's on the text chain, go, we got to fade him. I said, that means I'm going to bet every one of them.
Is it, well,
is it going yet?
I'm still seeing frozen video. Let us know in the chat if anybody sees anything other than frozen video with the Trailblazer 500K little logo up there. But we better get Coop in here to help us out.
Coop!
I got too much to check. Queen 7 suited stat.
Yeah, on my end, it
Check.
is rolling just fine, but we cannot get the graphic off there.
Oh, you see the video running?
I see video, but the graphic is
stuck.
Oh,
okay. I see.
And now my video is stuck as well.
All right, bear with us, folks. Do apologize for the technical difficulties. Trying to get our producer in here to help sort us out. Hopefully there is an easy workaround. You guys see the video under the ad, okay. Oh, well, that's good to know.
That's the best hand pre.
Do our best to get this sorted out for you guys all here momentarily.
No one will play anymore.
I'll
quit.
You play Taiwanese?
You won't even play with me anymore.
The mouse ran into the mic box and hit a button that I am not familiar with, and now we have this.
LC? No one sent me the bat signal.
I'll make good.
Well, there's poker happening back there, so hopefully we'll get you guys back to it in just a minute. Warrior Max says unplug it and plug it back
in.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Call 150. Raise.
Back.
600.
I don't know if you can like minimize the like click into the projector window, like minimize, maximize or something.
RJ, let me.
You got it.
Real quick.
All right, Coop the master.
Our man
He's here.
Coop coming to figure out what the heck RJ hit.
She like flung my.
All right, well everything looks back to normal for me, so hallelujah.
Who's actually pissed?
Thanks, Coop. As we are 3 ways going to a flop 3-bet pot with Seth, the only player remaining in the Nit game.
Coop's back. I apologize, kids. I don't know what I hit. We'll figure that out later, though.
Like everybody else can play, and I was like, "Are you stupid? Like, you can't just reap the benefits."
Scott flopping a flush draw ace high though is the best hand at the moment. Seth is the better, however.
As I'm speaking with 7 deuce into her kings, it comes 7 deuce blank, and it runs blank blank, and 7 deuce wins. And then like 2 orbits later,
I hear an all in.
7 deuce. And it's like,
There we go. Scott's going to get one through there with the queen high flush draw. Well needed pot for him at 1875 in profit.
And I'm like, oh, did you have 7 deuce? Fucking slaps.
It's like when you're on the golf course and you have a short, easy putt. Feels good just to hear the bottom of the cup.
No, that's too much out.
All right, well, down to just 2 players. Heads up now for the Nit game, Spooky and Seth. As Scott has won his pot. He's no longer part of that battle, but Spooky and Seth gonna try to find a win, or else they're gonna have to pony up 800 on a splash pot.
And the 7 deuce game was on, and it took all of the.
Well, I was looking out the door there when I was rudely interrupted by the mouse click. That we do still have nearly 2 hours left in registration of that flight tonight. They're on level 5, so you still got plenty of time to come out here if you want to be fashionably late to jump into this $500 buy-in multi-day event.
We can do that?
Yeah, you can. Just you most.
Like everybody's putting in thousands with 7 deuce.
Yeah, it looks like they've got 45 players remaining of the 70 entries in this flight, so nice little comfortable sizing to this flight.
Oh, Neil. Neil, you cannot use the phone. I'm sorry.
He's trying to get some pussy.
Yeah, if you need the phone, you gotta.
Hiya, Sassy Pants. I did see her earlier in the chat,
Are we good?
and I apologize. I didn't say hi.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. 7 deuce game.
Yeah, I think we got distracted by something, but yeah, hello, Sassy.
I'm done with the restraint now. 100, 200.
What's gonna go for you? Thank you.
All right, $200 straddle is on.
Restraddle. To 200. Yeah.
It's ballsy with 2 weapons.
Straddle, restraddle, and restraddle.
Bunch of straddles.
200 to come.
Just in time for the 2 players battling in the Nit game to be like, good lord, it's 200.
Yes.
Like,
thanks for the straddle. I'm trying to get rid of this Niet Button here.
Right side 1,000.
Spooky's got a pair.
Dude, the big blind is 200. I'd be all in with these 2 sons. It's gonna run into the ace king. Nonetheless, I mean, Spooky, his chips are in there, right?
Yeah, he made the bet 1,000. He's got 1,500 behind. And Hunter's going to 3-bet all his chips. So let's just do this thing.
Yeah, flipping. And somehow, some way, the ace king is favored here. Usually the 53%, little smidge of an edge goes the way of the pair, but...
And a king in the window, and look at that flop, followed by all the kings.
Dead on the flop.
Ay.
How does that happen?
Jam it with big slick, just flop quads, no big deal.
If I would have called and you throw that out there, we're fighting.
All the Cowboys coming right on out. Hunter, the beneficiary of that pot. Spooky's still got his Niet Button, and he said that hand wasn't fun at all.
That was horrible.
I didn't like your chances. You mucked an ace, and it kind of makes you feel.
I mean,
you would have got paid a lot in Ultimate Hold'em.
Yo, we got Mr. Eric Van Blues.
What's up, EVL?
I was 1 away. No.
I was just bragging about you earlier. Welcome in.
I get up and I leave. Guy takes my seat, starts
throwing shade.
He hits it?
Perhaps.
No way. You didn't even get the table share.
I can see in here, Eric. We missed you, but we're holding down the fort,
We got this.
Yeah, small for the Royal. Man, that's
I was super fucking. What the fuck are you doing?
Licenses. Get this man a raffle ticket. He flopped quads.
Oh my God. Hold on, dude. Actually.
Little string back there.
Wait, hold on.
Can we bet Scott's hand?
That's binding.
Oh, God.
All right, Neil's making change over there. He's not betting 1,000.
250.
Right at 250. 250 is the bet. Oh.
All right, aces are out. We haven't seen too many aces tonight.
I flopped quads a couple times in ultimate, but never straight flush or around.
That was so.
Seth bumps it up. 250 to go with those aces, and he's got a nip button too.
Heads up.
And somehow we still get heads up.
This might be all in free for the big one.
Now we see our
There's the next flop.
check. All the way to the next one.
Flush draw for David.
Ooh, it's never easy.
400.
400.
Yeah. Seth's been a little careful tonight, playing some premium hands, and he's been running them into some trouble, it seems like, at a continuous pace. And we're not out of the woods yet here, as David has a flush draw, and bing! No waiting. Deuce of spades on a turn. Dave's got a flush.
Yeah, Seth with that ace of spades as well should feel pretty good about this. It's kind of a spot where it's like, well, I mean, yeah, I sometimes am losing, but like, it's really hard for you to have a flush. All of your ace-X is gone, and I can redraw. He checks it back, and he gets a god-awful river card where he makes aces up with deuces on board. And David now can get a lot of value if he decides to go for the big bet.
Yeah, 4,800 behind here in Seth's stack. Does go with the overbet, and he gets the call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I like seeing a lot of overbets tonight. This crew, when they make a hand, they're trying to get paid.
And that is devastating for Seth. I mean, you've got the birds, you've got a board where there's just like so many hands that you beat. And your head's up in the Nick game. Like, come on, how do I lose this?
Yeah, brutal there.
Yeah, I got the 50 out.
And yeah, when you have the aces, you got the birds, you get that pair board with deuces out there, you're loving life.
What's up, Joe?
But David, the one loving life on that hand, he's up nearly 5,500 now. He's cruising up there in the penthouse, not quite as much as QQQ. There's a look at some of those chip stacks. And we made it to our second dealer of the evening. Great job to Tiffany tonight.
Sure. Just for me. If I bust, though, it's coming.
She's had enough.
Pretty cool deck.
I've been meaning to, actually. I've been meaning to.
Yeah,
like, so much of me is curious if it's good.
Denver was my biggest play of the playoffs. Yeah.
I feel like it was.
And then Seahawks was my second biggest one.
It was?
Well, the Denver game was kind of close. Really?
Yeah.
Who did they beat? It was a tight one. Honestly, I faded New England probably.
I was trying to figure out who this second dealer is. I knew I should recognize the ink. That is our man Joe. So Smoking Joe's in there now. There it is. There's a look at Joe. I could have waited for that view. I would have nailed it.
Anybody who almost loses to Tyler Huntley doesn't deserve to.
New dealer just in time for the bomb pot.
Looks like we're going to have to do a little bit of manual insertion of the cards. We'll get everything here sorted out in just a moment. So I know one player has flopped top set of 8.
Bomb pot does not count towards the Nick. Didn't know that.
Yeah, sometimes the bomb pot will throw the old computers off. Looks like it's getting caught up now. Look at Neil's big.
Wow. David has murdered both of these flops. He's got the 8 high straight, so the nut straight on
5,
top
8.
and top set.
And 8, 8.
Wow.
That's a pretty good start.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, it looks like the 2 players have aces in this bomb pot.
One we were up big, they pressed everything on 18.
All right. So Dave's going to catch a little bit of a scary turn here on the bottom. Clean turn on top.
Yeah, Scott makes the straight on bottom, which is the best hand down there, but the flush has also completed, and now the board pairs on top as well. Doesn't matter because David still winning with the 8 high straight. But Zach is going to get a whole lot of, not much here, out of the 2 aces.
Zach says, I got it, but not so much.
Jack high straight.
David's 5, 8 will hold on top.
Flush draw and aces.
Let's give Scott the bottom.
All right, so these 2 aces are going to be counted.
I had aces.
So if I pot the flop, he just gets it all.
Yeah. I had aces with king, jack, and diamonds.
Yeah, no heart. No
Yeah, those
heart.
monster
Just
flops
ace
for Dave, and bomb pots do what bomb pots do. Gets a little spooky going down that line, the turns and rivers. Never cooperate in bomb pots.
I thought about
flopping the nut straight is like one of the scariest things that you could possibly do in the bomb pot.
Yes. It's a little scary in PLO, and it's even more scary in bomb pots. Goes up like the Richter scale. You just multiply it by 10 with each number.
Yeah, something like that.
Good value. I mean, it was a good value bet on the 10-quarter.
And I'm so terrible with TV. Who is this character in front of Scott again? You mentioned it earlier.
Towley?
What's his name?
Towley.
Towley. Okay, yes, that's Towley. Got it.
Yeah, I want to get a little bit. You were never a South Park guy or what?
I've seen a lot of episodes and I've loved them, but I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, well, and Towley wasn't like a recurring, like every episode kind of a character. He was a recurring every like month or 2 kind of, you know, sort of character.
Yeah, and as many times as I have seen it, I enjoy it. But as far as like listing the characters, of course I remember one, Kenny. And I don't know that I could give you any other names. We got an all-in. So the 3-bet here came from the button. That's Mr. Hunter. Seth will rip it here with his 6s.
Yeah, virtually no chance he can find a fold here, and Hunter will commit the chips for a call.
All right, one time. 26-7 total.
One time. Real poker, none of that JV stuff. Queen, 7-5, ace queen lands for Hunter. Diamonds.
Doesn't come through.
6 is getting trucked. Man, Seth's trying to get rid of that nip button and finding no luck here. Rips it there with the 6s. He's down to the felt. Time to reload.
Yeah, and now both Spooky and Seth have gotten stacked whilst in this spot where they're heads up for the nit game, and so they're both like, this sucks.
Can we get this nit game over? Yeah, that's. I would like to not get busted again. Yeah, nit game violence tonight, Aaron.
Seriously.
Straddles all.
Yeah, Eric Van Loosen mentioning that the glitches are gone on a night he's not here. Maybe he took them with him.
Maybe Eric's the mush.
Yeah, I've been running pretty smoothly tonight, other than the mouse accident I had a few moments ago.
Yeah, user error, not...
Yes, definitely user error. And right away I said, oh dear, what did I just click? All right, Spooky trying to get rid of that nip button. He's got pocket threes. And the other nip button is in the muck here. Seth already folded.
Ruh.
500 to go here from Spooky. The big open on this $50 straddle, and Neil does not want to mess with nines.
What? He folds the nines?
Just gets rid of the nines, and that's going to give Spooky an opportunity to get rid of his nip button, and we have a loser. I mean, a nip button loser. Our man Seth will lose the nip button game.
So he's going to do 400 slash and then take 400.
God, if I was Seth and saw somehow that those were nines, like, I'd be livid.
And then 400 nuts, yes.
So,
but
I'm trying to figure out what they did here. So it looks like here in hand 48, Seth has splashed the pot $400. And he's going to splash the next pot again for $400.
50 to go.
And that will take care of his nip button duties. So we got 400 extra in this pot.
Raise. 500.
David coming in hot.
Get me covered.
Says, nah, we're not limping into this splash pot. Watch.
Not limping at all. 500 to go again. Back-to-back hands. The opening raise, 500 to go. This time, though, at least there is a free 400 out there.
I hope I get lucky.
Me too.
Oh, Zach is going to make the call. Heads up we go. And he is about as far from this board as humanly possible.
250.
And look at this bet, 250 from Dave.
Little 1/8 pot. Love it.
That's more than a quarter pot, by the way. I mean, it's less than a quarter pot. Sorry, less than a quarter pot. Oh, I can't even float with this hand. Just jacks. Bad flop with jacks.
No deuce.
It's good. I can't beat it.
Sucks, man. I literally announced.
Yeah, Kiwi's back. Wyson in the chat asking where is Esky Poker. Esky Poker was in the chat earlier. The legend that is Esky Poker.
I thought your limp was like super weak.
No, it was supposed to look strong when I limp for
So
you.
yeah, shout out for that guy. He's taking the night off.
It's really stupid to limp.
On our stream, he might be out there stacking some chips somewhere.
You're the straddle?
Yes, he's a straddle.
You're the straddle, right? Oh, okay.
And of course, he's rooting us on.
Blue, my other one is a red.
I got it so bad.
God, I should have done it. Should have made it 2K.
You get the cards now.
10-3 off.
No.
10-7 off. That was good though.
It's not a hand I'm likely to play a big pot.
All right, looks like limping is pimping here in hand 49. We made it around to the small blind.
4-4-4.
Option checks.
Small blind, big blind come along. Option checks.
8-7 off.
We have ourselves a limped pot.
Yeah, with that additional 400 in there from the splash pot, the second splash pot.
That's right. They're on their best behavior.
Well, I'm not folding them.
A monstrous flop here for Scott. Top pair and a flush draw. 3 players have flopped top pair here.
All right, spicy.
Check raise from Scott.
There we go. Scott jumping in there. I wondered if he checked with intentions there. Does indeed. Let's bump it up.
And a gut shot here now for Henry, and it feels pretty uncomfortable. If he had more experience with these players, he might, you know, have a little bit more understanding of what's to come. But I mean, David has already abandoned his hand as well. Like, so he knows that David is not going to do anything in this hand. Only has one player left behind. And not too many of us are folding top pair and a gut shot, but this is a pretty chunky check raise.
Yeah, the big check raise from Scott here to the tune of 2,000.
What a fold. Q. Lets it go. Gets shown the queen jack of clubs as well, and he's going to be like, oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to mess with that monster.
Adding 10,000.
What do you have, king, queen? Or queen 9 or whatever?
Yes, top pair with flush draw.
I get king black.
You go to the same hand, so. Like queen jack off.
I had 9-4.
Maybe like that's good.
You fold the set.
Profit and loss here. Seth down 8,800. QQQ up 8,000. Everybody else in between those two marks.
No defense.
You were. If he calls, I call it. You're dead. Bigger jack. I hate it.
Pass the buttons out again?
I got pissed. Yeah.
Raise it up 300.
Spooky tries to limp in here with a couple of fives. Someone has made it 300 to go. We'll get that on screen here in a moment. As it is Neil who has popped it up, and Spooky will limp and call. So we're going to go heads up to a flop.
So you got C3 raise 300, C7 call. And then I have a bet of 4 1/4. That'll fold. Button is good.
Neil's just going to c-bet the flop. Didn't even see what was out there, but the king high board. Spooky folds fives on king 4-3. Okay.
Yeah, I got a call. Huh? I got a call. Obviously, you don't have a monster. So. I wouldn't like it though.
Yeah. No. Never did.
Raise 150.
All right, hand number 51 over and around to David with the ace jack. He'll raise it up to 150.
Oh boy.
Call 150.
Seen rags like these in quite some time. Spooky will defend his straddle though with the 6-4-0 and makes bottom pair against David's top pair.
Okay, check.
Check on the turn. Can't quite see what's out there. But David is going to go for a value bet on the river. It looks like we've got runner paint. And he is going to get paid by Spooky with the pair of fours. So there was a king and a queen that ran out. So David bet, oh, excuse me, a jack and a king. So betting the trips there. And
Love it when you get that paired board with top and make a little money on it.
Absolutely.
I got second in this exact main last year. I'll take second again. I'll be happy with second.
Folds around.
140
raise 150. Are you gonna play the 25?
Yeah, I'll play the high.
All right, Neil said he's ready to get in there. Let's bump it up with the 7-9 of hearts. And nobody wants to pick on Neil. Nobody even wants to play with Neil. Take it down.
Maybe I catch that one.
Yeah, he's just been quietly sort of accumulating small amounts
Harvey's always in for like 10
over the
bullets
course of the night.
so he like gets it all back plus 30K. I finally got him, and then he just wins it. I remember, yeah, they went heads up, yeah.
Delivery Harvey went heads up.
Yeah.
Everybody's so terrified of that guy.
Who? Harvey?
No, delivery. Dude, like everybody. I feel like that guy sucks.
Barrel, table 9, please. Barrel, table 9.
Raise 2 1/4.
Yeah. Huh? Like, seriously.
Pretty dusty holdings here over and around to Hunter. He'll raise it up and does get a little straddle defense from Musky, but this is all Hunter all the way.
Pretty rough flop for the 9-4.
What happened last year?
And Hunter's got the hood up and the sunglasses on. He's shifting gears.
Game face on for our man Hunter.
Play the high roller. I'm supposed to play the string.
Yes, Patty June. Finally, a little lick. See if we can get him running here.
I played the high roller. I bust, and they're like, oh, seat open. The string, I was going to rebuy. No. I bought into the main the same day. The main was going on the same night as the high roller. The first one of the flights. One of the first flights through. So I bought into the main. And they go, oh, seat up on the stream. They go, haven't played a hand yet. And I said, I already stopped my seat, but I hadn't played a hand. So they're like, you can just train the stream. And whatever. And I was like, okay. So then I go play the stream. And of course, the person who seat I took was very he wasn't in the game. So then I ended up buying into the main the next day instead. And I ended up that bullet the next day. I ended up playing second on it. So, like, everything changes, right? Like, if I don't play the stream and turn in my ticket, so probably the whole trajectory of the tournament. I believe in that, like, sliding door shit, you know. You were on one bullet.
Second pair and a flush draw for Seth. Way ahead of the field.
But my Choctaw, my big Choctaw I can play was max late edge. And it was not my third bullet. So,
oh, Joe.
I came in with like 8
Queen 8-3 flop.
I got an ace jack against ace queen.
Seth's got a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah.
7 raised to 7.
Yeah.
That's like your one.
Yeah.
For most people. But yeah, I mean, unless you're.
I want to bet, but I don't think they're going to call. Huh? I want to bet, but I feel like they're going to call.
And our chat just disappeared. Did your chat just disappear?
Well, I'm looking at YouTube chat, so popped out from a browser, so mine's still working. But
Yeah, it's about 10-ish.
Yeah. No, for sure.
hopefully we're not enduring any more problems.
Harvey, yeah, you're like, why?
Thank you.
Neil is going to let go of the 2 4s, and Seth will take the pot down, chipping up to just about 12,000 in front of him.
Yeah, middle pair and a flush draw. One of my faves.
Yeah, who doesn't love the combo draw?
Neil, Hunter, David, and QQQ all in the green. Hunter up nicely in the green now. 4.4 thousand for Hunter after getting off to a bit of a turbulent start.
You play 8 days of the week. Don't give us that permission.
Yeah. Okay, looks like chat's back.
We're good.
Chat's back as they're spilling stuff back behind seat 4 and 5. All right, Musky in the small blind with big slick, worthy of a 3-bet.
Why so small? Really good.
That'll bring on Musky versus Zach, round 17.
Yeah, nice dominated position here for Musky and gets a pretty good flop. Don't usually care too much about these paired disconnected boards with the ace-king high.
No, you're not. He's not going to believe this.
Thank you.
Easy c-bet and take her down.
I believe
Our man Joe in the box. Shout out to Mama Joe. His wife likes to check in when he's dealing. All right. And I'm a little nervous here, Eric. It's stuck on the overhead view. Aaron, pardon me. I knew I'd do that. I knew I'd do that once tonight.
That's all good, but yeah, it does look like we are perhaps freezing up. And
so yeah, when it's stuck on the overhead view like this, that would mean that our action tracker may have just went down. So the stream continues just fine, but we don't get to see the cards. And the report is that this will continue for about 11 minutes. So it's going to take them 11 minutes or so to get this fixed.
Right. This
cannot be. And we get to hang out and watch poker without seeing the cards.
Give all the money back.
all right then. So I guess we'll just do our best with what we've got. And yeah, T-minus 10, 11 minutes until cards are back on your screen. So now's a great time to go ahead and grab a beverage, kick back, and enjoy a snack while we get things sorted out. We'll have whole cards back up and all the action for you guys, but we're still, of course, going to let the players continue with the next few hands. We just won't have the information.
So yeah, it looks like they're taking, they're trying to take a break to try to get it fixed there, but we're still here. We got this. Josie in the chat. The wifey is here.
3 kings on the flop.
3 kings.
Joe will be excited to know that Josie has checked in.
All right, looks like 3 middling cards here on the flop.
That's 6, 7, 7. Back-to-back paired boards on the flop here. Last time Musky took it down.
A call. Zach and Spooky heads up here to a 9 now on turn.
Yeah, Zach continuing there. Small bet, $200. Get called by Spooky.
And checky, checky. Looks like a queen of spades here now on the river. I can't quite make it out here, RJ. Can you see? Did a flush come through?
It looks like yes. Okay, but it was not a 4-liner. It looks like the 9 might be a club, so that's good, I guess.
Thank God it's on stream.
Spooky's going to take it down.
Yeah, ace high with the kicker kick in.
San Angelo kicker school for Spooky. Been there a couple times. Flunked out twice. So there was a quick look at the chip stacks, and hopefully those chip stacks will stay intact here. Looks like they're trying to rebuild some stuff
Really bad if you bluff tonight.
as the action tracker is trying to come back.
Well, I'm just glad that we didn't drop video and go to the route of, you know, RTMP meltdown, just get wrecked. You know, at least we've got the feed. We can still talk. Life is good.
Absolutely, we're not wrecked.
Do appreciate everybody who's hanging out with us here on TCH Live. R.J. Dupree, Aaron McAvoy, holding down the fort as we get things sorted back out. And just in time for the NIP game to come back into play.
All right, let's do another Niet Button game. 10-5-4 the flop. That's the cool thing about this view. You get to play what is the flop, which is a fun game.
Especially if you do props, you know.
Right. 10-5-4. Rainbow. I see a diamond, a heart, and a... Don't know what the 10 is. Can't tell. 9 of diamonds here on the turn. Looks like we're heads up between Spooky and Hunter here on the turn.
Don't know. It doesn't appear so. They haven't said anything. 900.
And yeah, Nit game not in effect for this hand, but as soon as we get all players back to the table, presuming that is the case for the next hand.
$900 bet there from Mr. Hunter, and that will take it down.
Very nice.
A little bit of aggressive bet there on the turn, gets it done.
I'd say we start now.
Spooky going to take this as an opportunity to go use the restroom himself, as Zach away from the table means the Nit game will not start just yet.
I can do one more.
Thank you so much. Raise 125.
And I think the players on the table know that we're having some issues
You lost the Nit game. We all pulled
in here, so gave them an opportunity to take a break, get away from the table, make their little pit stops, if you will.
I wanted to wait for that.
Seth here is coming in for a 3-bet out of the straddle position, back over to Henry in the 1 seed.
Yeah, it looks like Henry bumped it up 125 in the cutoff. And can't tell what that bet is.
Oh God! Could have been all time. I don't like slow. I don't
Could
like.
be 600 maybe.
I mean,
That would make sense. It's going to get called, so Henry going to play this one in position.
I'm not good at it. That would have been a perfect opportunity. Yeah.
Jack high flop. Perhaps 2 diamonds, or is that diamond heart? Can't quite tell.
And then you show a set.
Yeah. I think it's 2 diamonds. 6-4 Jack.
I would have pinned you as a for sure.
Presumably about 1,200, maybe 1,250 or so, 1,300 in the middle. Seth here with the betting lead is going to check it over.
If it's a small
and a
enough
bet of
pot,
700 here, and a little bit of defeat in the body language of Seth already, and he is just going to go for the check and fold.
Hated it. Hated every bit of it.
He sure did, and yet another pot for our big winner here tonight. QQQ takes down up nearly 9K in profit.
Oh yeah, I talked about that.
So yeah, it looks like they're having to put all the stack sizes back into the matrix. But they're working on it. About halfway there, it looks like.
No, I don't think that's
not a fun project, so that could take a hand or two here.
Good at every.
Appreciate everybody hanging out with us, bearing with us through our technical difficulties, but are going to get them all sorted out here momentarily.
Benny Glazer.
Yeah, that guy's like just a god.
It's insane. How could you be this tall?
And it looks like our table and computer's trying to come along here as it's moved to this view at least. We got to see David had a 4 and a 3.
This is not Nick game, correct?
Super annoying.
No, it is. When you open to a size that I thought the Nick game should be on.
No, Spooky's not. Not everybody uses their brain.
Yeah, if Spooky wasn't at the table to see his hand, I don't think that the Nick game should be on.
Another queen, 9 deuce, 2 spades, huh?
Yeah, at least to start, right? Once you start it and someone leaves, then they're on their own.
Exactly, but yeah, I mean, Zach wasn't at the table, and then Spooky was like, okay, this is a good time to go use the bathroom or whatnot. So I don't think the Nick game should be on.
All right, we're getting a good look at QQQ here in action. Looks like you bet 300 there on the, what I believe would have been the flop.
Center players are 5 card, 5 box on is to go on table number 27. For the entire list are Master, Dallas, TAA, Garrett, Lee Travis, Pima, and WYP.
Still not broken.
Table number 27.
It hasn't reached the delay yet.
Yeah, it's like, what is it called?
I think it's a 15.
22.
We've only been almost 10 minutes in.
Table number 22.
Oh, no.
800 from QQQ, and that gets it done for Mr. Henry.
Queen Jack.
Hey, you want to gamble?
Table number 22.
Thank you, thank you.
I feel like
Let's
gambling.
do it.
I feel like gambling. Look at that.
Yeah.
How about that gamble?
You have nuts?
The Trailblazer Poker Tour Season 2 going on right now, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas. This event, a $500 buy-in, $500,000 guarantee. Multi-day event started today. Day one's run through Saturday, so that'll be today. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Day two comes back on Sunday with a final table on Monday night. Be sure, come check it out here at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas. Here we go. No mouse errors this time. The gamble paid off.
Heads up, guys.
Now I got it. The pictures are a lot bigger.
Oh, where's that?
Money McAvoy getting roughed up in the Streamlabs chat. Ay, ay, ay.
I know, man. 46, I was close.
Man. I'm so old, I remember when they used to let you win once in a while.
Oh, got a minute.
All right, I think we're getting close, man. Look at these cameras bouncing around a little bit. Button in the 5 seat. Let's see what happens here. Nope, not quite yet. Musky in the muck.
Raise 125.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this Niet Button game to kick off. Get this party started yet again.
Getting a lot of cards scanned in, chip counts. I think we might be back.
All right, looks like 125 to go, and we're heads up here. 10-9 lands the best of it with middle pair.
Can I do a Diet Coke, little please?
125. Full.
All right, you can turn your Brazilian barbecue over.
Can I get a hot chocolate? Yeah. All right, Niet Button's on, guys. Thank you.
QQQ takes that one down, and Nick game is now live.
What are y'all doing for this?
All right, looks like our chip stacks are updated and up to date. I like that. QQQ. Still the big winner. Dave on his tail.
We're back on.
Plenty of chip stacks right now. About halfway through this stream tonight.
Yeah, we have everybody's in the hand.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about the stream.
Yeah, 2.5.
Oh.
Nit's out.
Okay, Nit is on.
Yeah, Nit is on.
I play different on the stream.
300?
Raise 300.
Do you want to stay there or you want to
Zach getting frisky on the button. 5 deuce. Suited variety.
All the chips, Spooky, fuck 'em.
That's a little bit of inducement.
Raise 1300.
I mean, when someone says all the chips, fuck them, and then you're like, well, I was maybe going to go all in, but if I do it now, it's going to seem like you coerced me into doing it.
Right.
That doesn't feel right. That's not to say things like that at the poker table. Musky's going to get after it with his hand, though. Queen Jack suited, and he will release his net button.
Queen Jack suited, worthy of the big 3-bet. Get rid of that button. They showed a flop just to put a little pain into Zach.
The 5 was a turn.
What did you have, Jack? That was a 4. You should have 4.
Whatever, yeah.
The fictional flop came out to show that Zach landed a little something if he would have played. What do you think about those fictional flops and fictional rabbit rivers?
I think that like rabbit hunting for the viewers is sort of fun. Like I actually really loved the old WPT rabbit cam that they had back in the like mid 2000s or whatever. That was pretty fun. But I will say that doing any of the rabbit hunting stuff in the middle of a game is usually something that I think should be there. Now, in like 1 or 2 big spots every once in a while, because the players are having a good time, maybe getting a little bit loose, and just want to see that last card or whatever, sure, but not making a habit out of it. That's my thought.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I do try to promote the idea of keeping in mind that it's fictional, so don't let it hurt your feelings one way or another. And sometimes we're not great at that, which is funny. Oh, man. I would have hit a straight flush.
Zach, scan your cards. Sounds like we're back up. Working? If they're having you scan your cards, seems like 800.
It's funny to hear the players think, are we working? Are we on? We're on, baby. Let's go. Kinda.
So, a chunky open here from Neil. Just the $50 straddle on. He makes it 300 to go from under the gun. And Seth is like, well, I still have too many players behind me to not just 3-bet this. So, bump it up to 800 with the 2 9s.
I would do that shit. If I could, I would.
Here we go. 800 to go from Seth. Directed at Mr. Neil and his open. Neil calls. Let's see a flop. Ace 10 of spades. Not landing much here. Pocket 9's feeling good with this ace deuce 5 flop.
Josie G says it should be standard to pay to rabbit hunt. I tend to agree that, like, if you're going to ask to see a river card, that you should do it while throwing money to the dealer. And then obviously if anybody else that was in the hand at that stage opposes it, like, they should have the right to be like, no.
That's always a fun moment for the dealer. Somebody's like, let's see a rabbit, and or someone else is like, no, I don't want to see it.
Oh, no, I have no idea.
I'm like, sweet, we shall continue. But we also like getting thrown money to show it.
I mean, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
Neil here is going to go for a bet on the river after, I believe it was check, check, turn. And Seth here with a pretty good spot to pick off a bluff. I don't know about you, but 2 9s
Man,
with
pocket
the 9 of diamonds feels like a pretty good bluff catcher.
Good spot to catch a bluff, get a friendly flop. Little nervous about backdoor diamonds or a queen.
Oh, and he gets shown the ace-10. Neil can do no wrong. All of his big aggressive spots tonight have just gotten it through.
Gotten it through. Gets this one through. 1385 in profit. 5K in that pot. Shows it off to get rid of the Niet Button.
Oh no, and Seth, he's been at the bottom of the barrel here for a little while. That would have been such a nice spot. He would have won a 5K pot and been up off of the, I mean, he might still have been, yeah, he still would have been behind Scott on the pecking order there, but it would have been a big boost of confidence. So tough one there for Seth.
Yeah, and I think sometimes I feel like personally I get a little sticky when I get that super friendly flop. Boy, it's hard to change my mind on the turn and river, right?
Call 50.
Well, yeah, and you kind of
Raise 250.
I mean, is it possible that his opponent Neil had, you know, made a flush or perhaps turned a queen and was now betting it for thick value? Like, sure, those are possibilities, but 2 nines with the 9 of diamonds is just such a good hand. You fold that, it's like, well, what better hands do you call? Like, do you have to have a queen yourself to call? And if that's the case, you're just not going to have very many hands. I don't know. I mean, all of that is very tricky to navigate when you're in the moment, right? Trying to keep track of all this stuff is very challenging, especially when they pot it on the river and you're like, oh, my hand is just a pair of 9s.
Yeah, I've talked about that before, where we all have a pretty sharp game in our minds, most likely. Now, how we execute that game when we get onto the felt, sometimes it's a much different story.
Neil here is light years ahead of David. In fact, David now on the turn drawing dead, and he's going to just snap fold.
Neil reaches for chips. Gotta love it when you reach and win.
Back bluff, baby.
Like the reach, yep.
Reach and win.
When he calls the flop, he's smart.
And of course, if you perfect that move, you can reach and perhaps sometimes get tails. Somebody will accuse you of angling and whatnot.
Probably hits the ace jack.
Can you scan your card? Thank you, boss. Raise 175.
You'll reach for chips, definitely part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm up against an opponent who tends to
move quickly,
be honest, well, yeah, like especially if they're being honest, right? There are plenty of players who will do it dishonestly, right? They kind of have their own version of it, where as soon as you start to reach for chips, they immediately grab calling chips and try to scare you into not betting. So we've all seen that one. So, but if your opponent is on the other side of it, where they're just very candid about whether or not they want to call, you go to the stack and out of the corner of your eye, you see them immediately go for calling chips. Like, it's fair play to use that to your advantage.
I literally don't feel comfortable if you run out with 7-7.
All right, they've been playing a 3-blind game basically all night.
Mr. Neal, can you scan your cards, please? Thank you. Raise. It's going to be 4, or no, that is 275. That'd be the black one, I get the money. 275 total.
275, the opening raise here from the cutoff. With 10-6 offsuit. Let's go. All right, 10-6 trying to splash around, but he runs into a real hand in the big blind. Scott 3 bets with the queens. And the ladies will get it done.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Scott's still hurting down there, second from the bottom, but down 5,800, a little bit better than his worst spot, and got rid of the Niet Button, so that feels good. Still the QQQ show, and David not too far off his heels there. Hunter and Neil also up the tidy sum.
Raise 175.
They have a good dirty stack, Musky. Green with a 2, black and
Any more?
there's 3 1Ks in the red.
75 from Spooky under the gun is getting looked up all over the place.
Oh, please have a good hand.
It might not be a good hand, but it's definitely one he's going to play. And we're going to go 18 ways to a flop.
Yeah.
At least 6 of us.
My hand.
Texas heads up, they say.
And what do you know? Top set for Spooky.
Ooh. 8, 5, 6. And a little bit cooking for some of these raggedy holdings here. So we'll see if
David's just flopped the joint, man. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, David.
Whoa, Spooky overbet jams for 2,500.
2,500 with top set here. David hanging around with the 7-4, flop the joint.
He calls 1360.
My goodness.
He chooses.
Oh, it's 1360, so
Okay.
the stacks are off for Spooky. Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
David does choose to call after flopping the nuts here. And look at Neil here. Pairing a gut shot with his pocket 7s, right?
I think, though, the speed with which David made the call should sort of raise the alarm bells a little bit. I mean, I get it that a straight draw is kind of like, well, if I improve, I'm probably going to have the best hand. You don't just always give your opponent credit for, like, you know, the 9-7 or the 7-4, but yeah, this is a little bit out of bounds, I believe, with the jam, the overbet jam and the call, right, in front of you.
Yeah, and officially Neil is the button here.
I mean, if you're David, it's like, okay, there's 5K in the main pot, and now it's time to build a side pot. If you're going to call on a flop like this, you've got to have a very strong hand, something like 2 pair, or maybe like pair and a 7, right? Something like 8-7 could definitely call here. So I think we need to charge that and a tidy sum. And he agrees, a very tidy sum.
500.
3,500, tidy indeed. And Neil said, that's too much heat, I'm out of here with the 7s.
2 times, no help for the 8s. And there's a boat, chop it up.
Runs it twice, finds a chop. Clean run out for the straight on the top.
When you said I need an 8 on the turtle, I was like, why would you have that?
Finds a deuce pairing the board on the bottom.
Yeah, Spooky. I feel pretty good about that, considering he had to get there on the second board to keep his money and get half of the pot.
That's a great turn.
There you have it. Blackjack hands can win all in pots.
Indeed. Who needs to double down when you can flop a joint?
I would have jammed and we would have got
Your table game of choice, RJ, if you were in a casino and gonna
splash around. Man, I really haven't spent a ton of time in the pits. Once in a while, I'll play some blackjack. Yeah, I've played less than 100, 200 hands of anything in my life. So yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time in the hit maybe. I would definitely take the under on 100 hands of blackjack in my life. I've probably done less than 100 times of throwing the dice. I might be over 100 at the craps table. I've played a little bit of craps. And the others I really don't mess with at all. I've played very few of those carny games, like when the jackpot hits a bazillion or something, I might spend $100 on something. But yeah, very few.
Guys up piles.
Sure. Yeah, I like the Pai Gow poker. It's a good one to just kind of hang out. Either make some friends or sit down with some of your pre-existing friends. And,
yeah.
You know, it's a lot of pushing and just kind of having a good time. It's a relatively slow game, so getting drinks, having a good time. And there's usually a good jackpot, depending on where you're playing. So that was fun. And then the same could be said for Ultimate Texas Hold'em, except for you can lose or win a whole lot more money real quick in that one.
Yeah. I've enjoyed UTH a couple times, but kind of the same thing, maybe 50, 60 hands in my entire existence. And let's see, Pai Gow I have not played at all.
Feel free with the 7-4.
Oh, that's a good one. P3BL. If the stream is lagging, go ahead and refresh your browser. That'll usually sort you out.
Scary. Yeah, it's super scary.
All right, fun little hand here cooked up for QQQ and Musky. They both have a Q. Queen Jack taking on Ace Queen here.
That's a raise to 1,800. Especially because it was the Niet.
And Musky check raise on a 10-4-5 flop.
I like it. It's creative. You're probably more frequently going to see yourself kind of doing this with like a 6-8 suited, backdoor flush draw, you know, maybe the 7-8 suited, something like that. But I do like the 2 overcards factor of this because it has a lot of the same qualities where there are a lot of good turn cards where you pick up additional equity, straight or flush equity. Yeah. But you also just have like any jack or queen comes, now you have top pair. So I really like that play. Musky finding a good combo. Love to see it.
Yeah, and Musky, that particular move a little bit old school there as well. You know, he comes out with kind of the old school bet sizing, but, you know, also back in the day when you felt like you could pick on a continuation bet, you did it. And nowadays there's not a whole heck of a lot of that. Seems like that particular move has really slowed down. I used to make a lot of lunch money picking on continuation bets that I didn't think were very strong. And I know in my own personal game, I've definitely stopped doing that near as often, but I need to find it again.
Let's go, baby.
All in.
Don't be digging around that shit.
Rip from Spooky.
Yeah, he's down.
Don't touch another man's chips. Come on, Zach.
50, but he's got to have a lot more than that.
Yeah, I see. We see 2,500 at least, right?
I mean, he's got the 1K chip, and yeah, whatever else is going on there, I agree, 2,500 at least.
Yeah, it looks like some of the others a little choppy out there.
Okay, well, apologies for that.
Yeah, our numbers are running pretty good over here, so hopefully everything can come in loud and clear for you at home.
He's got me covered. He just wakes up with kings.
I am very gentle with this mouse now. I know that.
Yeah, 50's on.
Yeah, careful.
You don't want to hit the mouse too hard.
Yeah, he was scanning his cards. I saw that.
I thought he was start angling like that.
I call 150 from 5. Call from Jack.
Looks like I'm trying to gamble a little too early here. Got to wait a little bit longer, but
grounded still, huh?
To get the points back. Yeah.
Raise 11.
He's king here for Hunter. He's gonna raise it up to 1,100, and Musky next to act. Both players quite deep on the ace-king each.
All in, Musky.
Wow.
Rip City here for 10K from Musky.
Holy smokes.
So this is a massive 4-bet. And Zach has a 1K chip out there, but he reminds everybody that was just a call.
There aren't too many times that it's advisable to fold ace-king pre-flop because, well, you're just very rarely, like, crushed. But this is a 10K 4-bet, cold 4-bet jam. I mean, you're only in for 1,100.
Right.
Do you want to play for the whole thing? I mean, Musky, I think, has a very good possibility, like high probability rather, that he just gets us through and is a massive profit for him, considering he's just going to chop the pot most of the time.
No way. What did he say?
He announced what he had in a weird way.
10,000 what?
10,000, $10.
Just 10, man.
Here we go, 10,010. Hunter having a good time with it over there.
Yeah, if Musky heard what went down over there, apparently Hunter has announced his hand in some way or another, but he's not going to fold. He makes the call, and we are very likely to chop this up. It is aces versus spades, or hearts versus spades.
Ah, we got 2 diamonds.
And, yeah, chop.
Oh yes.
Chop, chop. And it looked like Musky did hear the side conversation because he said, "I got the same hand," before Hunter revealed.
It's super confusing.
I was gonna call Hunter and
$1,000 pot we just played there. Obviously, ace king versus ace king. Just gonna end it split pot most of the time, but that was a big one.
Was a big one. Hunter said, "I'm not going anywhere on this one. Let's do it." And they chop it up. On to the next one.
Tell you, RJ, the times recently, and by recently I mean in like the last year, when I've been in a position to call off with ace king, my opponents had aces.
Right.
They're just like, yeah, I'm 4-betting all in, like my whole stack, and you're just like, what? Okay, you probably have like jacks or 10s and you don't want me to call, or maybe you have ace king and you don't want me to call, so I call. And then I just get shown aces on like a dusty 9-high run out, and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome.
I feel like it's been okay for me. Definitely not getting all of them, but I found some decent spots and ran into the king high squeeze a couple times from the blinds and stuff like that, so you get to pick off once in a while. And, you know, race it out once in a while, and occasionally you are dominated. I feel like I've been. I feel like I've got to feel each of them about appropriately.
I wish I could be you.
Yeah, it's no fun when you feel like you go through a hot streak of running it into madness.
Old Deck City. All right, 250 to go is the bet from Zach. Musky makes the call. Cute. Top pair king kick in. He's gonna raise it up to 1,100.
Yeah, and this is that spot again where I talked about if they look like they're leading out a little weak on the flop, put some pressure in there. QQQ does that with top pair. Best hand takes it down. And sometimes we're not always doing that, it seems like.
All right, down to heads up in the Nick game once again. This time Zach against Seth. Seth, of course, had to pay out the last one after Spooky inexplicably raises to 500 with pocket threes and gets Neil to fold 2-9
Yeah.
reflop. to set Seth up with paying out the Nick game. Here we are, though, hand number 68, and it's ace-queen running into queens. We could play a big one here.
All right, juicy spot here, yeah. 450 to go on the 3-bet from Scott.
Well, early position players, though, yeah, Neil not going to get out of line at 4-bet. So here we go to a flop. Ace 3. Another devastating run here for Scott with his big hands. As he is just drawing dead, like the case queen would be completely disgusting. Yeah, definitely don't get to do any raising here, Neil. Just check and call. Please, sweet baby Jesus, no queen.
And the case queen is the queen of spades. Now Neil does check. Scott bets again 1,000. You mentioned earlier you liked that. Scott will continue on the turn. Perhaps.
Yeah, once he gets called twice, though. I mean, and this is obviously a situation where he's going to do a lot of checking back on the river no matter what, but especially given the texture of this board.
Check, check.
There we go, check, check. Yeah, this was
there it is.
Perhaps buying himself a check on the river with that bet on the turn. And sees the ugliness. Nice pot there for Neil, though. 38.85 in it.
And Scott is just locked into getting coolered. I mean, I know the pain where you're like, okay, we got a big hand, we're going to bet it up, and we lose.
And we see a flop that takes more money from me.
Purchase life. Zach and Seth, though, still in the dead heat for the Nick game.
You are 50.
Eddie June, nonstop, right? You are. But
he looks good.
Scott is a trooper. I've seen this man take some serious beats and then just get right back in the saddle. So he knows how to bob and weave.
Bob and weave, still got plenty in his stack. A little over 6K in his stack. Still in range of a double up. Making some noise.
Kayvon says stream freezing every 5 to 6 seconds. Do me a favor, refresh your browser. Hopefully that helps. Appreciate those kind words. Happy to have you hanging out with us, Kayvon. So thank you very much. All right, we are missing a board on the screen, but we can see it there. 10-7, 4 deuce, 2 hearts. Draw for Scott. Zach picking up 2 pair. Oh, excuse me. No, there's a 10. It is not 2 fours. It's 10-7, 4 deuce. So just second pair for Zach. And do apologize to everybody out there who is experiencing those issues. Scott here gets it through. Zach folds the better hand, and he was in the Nick game. Oh, he's going to be miserable.
There we go, 585 for Scott. Second time he's done some work with a queen high flush draw. So he's running good on those.
Second pair.
7-8's good.
Thank you.
No way, Scott.
I like Barry. He's going to deal with all day. He takes care of it. He does take care of it.
$50 straddle on for Scott. We are Our open single raise pot so far from Zach, 225 to go.
Ace queen in the
Hey,
muck.
We've got a misread on this hand. No, we've got a misread on this.
Oh, okay.
QQ is not gonna float the button.
Right.
With 7-5, and the ace queen's not gonna get folded. So, yeah, these hands don't exist. We presume ace king is perhaps correct, but unclear what QQQ has. Regardless, it seems as though he's folded.
So I think QQQ is in the hand. Yeah, there you go. He does have. Those cards are in front of his stack there. Now he's out. All right, $400 bet here on the turn from Zach. Looks like we get a fold, and Scott comes along with the king high flush draw. Connects with a king. And of course, it's the one card you don't really want to see if you have king 4 clubs here.
It's absolutely disgusting is what it is.
Scott does
King's
check.
up with the 10 on board kick in. He's going to fade.
And there's the splash of the chips like, it happened again.
No, it wasn't all in. It wasn't all in. I just bet. I just bet.
10-3.
Looks like $24.50 the bet. Or somewhere in that neighborhood at least. 2,400-ish.
23.
Yeah, that'll go to the direction of Scott. To the direction of Zach. Courtesy of Scott. 6,200 in it.
Well, there go more of my TCH Live loyalty points, but at least they're not real dollars. Scott is taking a beating here tonight, down 10K now, right there with Seth.
Can't make a pair with ace king. Spooky's just making votes. Quads.
Yeah, I have to get into the chat more to give me some Streamlab points. My loyalty.
Yeah, check your points. How many you got?
Like 7. I haven't done a ton of chatting.
Well, just do the exclamation point points to see how many you've got, and that'll earn you a fresh one.
I'll give it back to you right away.
Nice little pot here cooked up between ace, queen, and queen jack, Hunter and Musky.
Just like a pair.
And if you check the Musky, he's liable to get in there, and he does. $700 here.
Well, yeah, I didn't know you have a king. I was trying to get value from just like a small pair. How big can I go?
Ace of hearts on the turn.
I think I called all that. Yeah, you have.
Nice card for Hunter. He will check. Musky
Call the turn and you make
swings again. 1,200 to bet.
Hit it, king.
Jack, a little too late here for Musky, but doesn't get faced with a wager. Doesn't matter though, because that's still a chunky pot. 3K in profit from Hunter. Uh-oh. Eric Van losing his points as well, and he's down to the felt.
Felted! My man. I'm almost felted. I have 5.
Well, yeah. Moving up in the world, though.
Yeah.
You're the 100, Spooky.
He's lurking in there now.
See if Kiwi can find a winner. She's gambling 50 points. Nope. Streamlabs bringing the heat tonight, wiping us all out. How rude.
Well, Eric, we miss you here in the booth, but happy to have you in the chat. Let us know how the travels go. So you're down in, what is it, H-Town?
H-Town.
These days? Did you get a good steak dinner? What'd you get up to this evening?
5 players to the flop
ways
here.
to a flop.
Ace deuce of diamonds for Neil.
A little something, something, you know, the gutty to steel wheel.
Friendly flop here for David and his pocket eights. He will lead the way, $400 to bet.
Call 400.
Two overs and the gutty here for QQQ. He'll take one off, closing the action.
A top set
What
for
do you know?
Dave. That
Thanks,
will,
Henry up and down.
Yeah.
He's got his little sunglasses on now as well. So there's a good chunk of equity here for everybody, at least in theory. We can see the numbers on the screen reflect cards that have been folded, which dramatically improves David's equity to 70%, even though he's up against 2 pretty substantial draws. Going to bet nearly full pot into 2 opponents, though, recognizing that if someone's in here with a hand that doesn't beat him yet, it's very possible that it could get there. So he's going to charge it up.
Just so you don't get surprised.
yeah, top set on a draw heavy board. Bump it up a little bit.
Eric dropping a shout out to Lala, who's in the seniors event at the final table at TCH Social, her very first tournament as a senior. Well, yeah, luck to Lala. We'll see if she can bring home hardware in that one. As Neil here contemplates his life, gonna just release the ace deuce of diamonds. That's Will Henry.
Yeah, that event number 5 of this Trailblazer Tournament Series. Today it was a $300 senior event with the 25K guarantee, or pardon me, 20K guarantee. And if I can see a board, I'll give you an update on that, but I don't think I can.
Oh man, Tony Ferguson got felted as well. Streamlabs just taking points, bro. No steak dinner, but the company bowling event and decent grub. Casino night on Thursday. Ooh, there you go. All right, man, tune him up a little bit. Show him who's boss.
Bowling event. I've had the itch to go bowling lately. Every now and then I get one.
You missed your ace.
Be fun. Get the right crew together. Yeah, it'd be a great time.
Yeah, bowling's a good time. And I will say it absolutely annihilates my old baseball arm. The next day is a little rough, but that's all right. Have a good time.
Yeah.
Evidently, my old 30-year-ago baseball arm still doesn't like bowling, but whatever.
Standard.
Yeah.
We ain't getting younger.
No, we're not.
Who won that pot? The 8-6-5. Is that 7-4 again?
I turned a good hand.
Turn around.
It'd be kind of fun though, you know, go all Benjamin Button and just reverse age for a couple of decades and then start over.
That's right. Maybe by the time I can play in these senior events here in a few years, I could have a sense of badassery to me. Eric's trying to get me cleaned up, you know. Trying to get me jacked and tan. We'll see if it goes well or not.
Jacked and tan. Nice.
Trip City for David.
Yeah, no way out for his opponents other than a lonely deuce on the river potential for Hunter. But, we ain't gonna get there. The run good of David continues. We've had a couple of players just running hot and a couple of players running real cold here tonight.
I tried to look at that live clock on the senior tournament, and of course I forgot that tournament's going on at Las Colinas today. So that's key to the riddle. I was looking at the wrong place.
150. Raise 400.
Josie G dropping some dealer trivia here. Joe playing baseball and was bowler.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fun fact for the man in the box.
Wrist,
Joe Bolchak.
yeah, his wrist and elbow are even in worse shape than ours because he deals card and did those things.
People like, you know, like a 50-year-old will come in with like a 18. You know, like I picture them when they're like 500.
6-9 deuce to flop, pretty raggy out there. Scott gonna make a little bet, takes it down. Yeah, it looks like the senior event at Las Colinas down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 players. So they're down to their final 6. Lala still in there, along with Tiger, Daryl, Jerry, Clarence, and Mike.
Is anybody mic'd up at the table?
Very good.
And of course, that Trailblazer full event schedule is at TexasCardHouse.com. 19 total events in the Trailblazer series here. So find something you like, including the $500 multi-day buy-in this weekend that is a $500K guaranteed.
That's right. Yeah, in fact, I think if you want to get into tonight's evening flight, registration going to be closing here very soon.
Momentarily, yes. I'll look out the door here. 27 minutes to get into tonight's flight. They are on level 8. They're down to 34 of 81 entries. So that's a decent spot if you're looking to max late reg.
Neil flopping the joint here. Queen high flush straight away. Spooky seemingly with an ace. Don't have his whole hand registered, but he's not very deep and he's bet 300. This could be trouble for Spooky.
I like flopping flushes.
I do too, as long as my opponent doesn't have a bigger one.
True that.
Last time I flopped a flush, that was exactly the case.
Good.
Just 600. Spooky here, virtually committing himself to an all-in.
Yes.
And Neil will ask for the rest.
Yeah, only 880 behind here for Spooky.
Unless that's a 1K floating on top there, perhaps his stack not up to
Oh,
date.
yeah, it does look like a 1K, and it looks like there's some black back there as well. So, yeah, 880 not accurate here for the stack size of Spooky.
These are just spots that I just never see anyone bluff. Like, it's already hard to find a bluff. Someone just needs to have, like, maybe the king, queen with a club and just YOLO it here. And I just honestly don't see too many people doing it. And even then, it's like you honestly just have way more flopped flush combos than you do just offsuit king queen with a club. Spooky can feel it. He's like, I'm just cooked here.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to know if that mystery card is a club or not.
Certainly not the king of clubs. I think that hand is just, I roll, put it in.
Just get it in. Yeah, I feel the same way.
Certainly wouldn't presume it to be the jack of clubs either, because that is just like, also put it in. But yeah, maybe like ace queen with no club, something like that. Feels like it fits the bill.
His hand definitely worthy of the tank and the squirmies here.
Deep in the tank here, though, for Spooky. I mean, he must be a very near top of range. Ace, king, ace, queen. Just no club. And he is going to let it go.
In the muck for Spooky. $13.85 profit for Neil. Flopping the flush pays off a little bit. But wasn't no skinny rabbit, Aaron.
Doesn't get it all, but yeah, still pretty decent. As yeah, we've kind of just had the same story here all night. It's just like David, QQ, and Neil. Throw Hunter in the mix for a couple of the big hands that he's played, but definitely wasn't smooth sailing the whole night. But I mean, David, QQ, and Neil, like, they play a hand and they win.
Cruising,
right?
Absolutely cruising.
Yeah.
And to the tune that's a little rough on Spooky, Scott, and Seth. And they've been on the wrong end of several of those hands. And our man Musky, he's gone through some swings. Got off to a hot start. Smashed down to the felt. Now he's climbing back.
Spicy one here. Top pair, and second pair for these three players.
You must be received before the last card hits the button or your hand will be declared dead. Most importantly, please be respectful to other players and staff. Failure to do so will result in penalty. With the button on page C3, blinds at 100, 200, shuffle up the bill.
King, queen.
Things just gets better and better here for David.
What up? Don't worry about it. Knowing you can't use a fucking shirt. You have a stick shirt, right?
Yes, where you sit.
It's stupid. You can't do stupid shit. Yeah, could you? Scott, I got a bunch of ones. He gave me a 5%. You got some ones? He's got this weird, I got it. You need a Snickers. You need a Snickers.
Yeah. David gets the call there on the river, picks up $2,000 in profit, $35.50 in this pot. And our man QQQ has lost a showdown. How rude.
Usual.
Yeah, so it looks like the rest of the week here, the Trailblazer series going on at Texas Card House Dallas. You'll have the $500 multi-flight events going on for the rest of the week, including a few of those milestone satellites for the main event. Those will be going on as well. All in or fold. Got a couple of those satellites coming up this week. So if you like the satellite life, check the schedule. Get out here. We'll be running those all week.
It's going to be close. I'm not exactly sure when. Raise to 175. 250.
I think that's a really good addition to the rotation for satellites. You've got your traditional, well, now traditional sort of milestone tournament where you're actually playing a tournament.
Right.
And trying to sort of, you know, make it through to effectively the money. Then you've got your single table satellites where it's just a single hand flip, whatever, right? I mean,
correct.
No skill involved. And then the all-in or full, right? Like, there's skill involved there for sure. You also just need to run hot, but like, you gotta wait for your spots. You're still trying to make it through to get one of the tickets by preserving your stack, not just going all in all the time. I really like that. I think there should be more of that. You know, in poker in general.
Yeah, that is a fun little spot to give a satellite a go. And if you're just wondering about the all-in or fold tournament itself, it's a great spot to come out, check it out, see what you think of it. And who knows, you might find yourself binking a big giant tournament score.
That's right, main event. 1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. Certainly gonna smash that guarantee, and who knows, first place could be $250,000, close to it.
Yeah, main event, a $1,200 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed, and of course, day ones for that bad boy will be next week because we have the 500K this week.
Neil gonna raise it up to 825. Zach makes the call here.
Call 825.
As will QQQ, closing the action on the button. 8-7 shown on screen, and we're just gonna roll with it as though that's actually what he's going to be holding.
Yeah, we've seen him get in there on the button with some less than stellar holdings. He's done some work with them as well. This time not connecting, but Neil will lead out here with his king high flush draw.
Yeah, the pocket fours for Zach are the best hand right now, but given card removal and just the fact that any king, any queen, spade, obviously a jack, a 9, an ace, like all of these cards just give Neil that much more equity, and he's gonna happily turn that one over as he drags the pot.
Thank you. Can you toss me your nip button there?
Here. Can't I keep it?
If you want to.
You really do. Something to think about.
So close to my set, all around it.
Reminded him of the nip button.
Well, they showed the hand, so just formality at that point.
Very sad. Very sad. Call. Folds around to seat 1. Call. Seat 2.
Limp train, all aboard.
Call. 2 options. Option checks. All right, 4 ways, guys.
Right in the window next to me.
Check. Check. Checks.
And I believe we have a flop out. There it is.
Do, and onto a turn. Spooky picking up 2 pair.
Scott landed top pair on the flop, turns a gut shot with it. Yeah, the 6 on the turn, a big deal here for the equity.
Has bet 300. It's over to Spooky, I believe, who may have raised. Yeah, he's all in fact. And
He
Scott
did.
is just, he's running pretty bad here. Is now top pair with a gut shot. Oh, he's going to let it go, though.
Lets it go.
3% equity through.
Button is good. Thank you.
That was not a card to improve Scott, so.
All my restraints are not bad.
Good pull.
All right, Zach, you're 50.
Back here doing some damage on one of the delicious meals prepared just outside of the room here, I believe. Texas Card House in Dallas.
Can you scan your cards there, Scott?
Put the $50 straddle on as Spooky will limp first act.
Spooky called the 50, by the way. Scott calls 2.
David getting frisky in the cutoff, and after Scott makes the call, it's Seth waking up with a real one. He's got the ace-king. 1,300 squeeze it up. Interesting spot for Zach, but he will fold it.
Ace Jack out of position. I've got some food. I don't have to play this.
Oh, wow.
Seth shows it off.
I mean, it's a great spot to fold ace jack suited and just get shown ace king. Like, yeah.
Absolutely.
I got lucky that Donkey opened at 10-7-0.
I almost just floated.
For a lot.
Zach said I was lucky the donkey opened with 10-7 off there.
3.
Quite right. The donkey, David Benitez.
And David, of course, cruising along in our penthouse tonight, up a little over 11,000 so far.
Pays to play like a donkey. He's been playing quite well, hitting the deck pretty hard as well, but we've seen him make a couple of really nice overbets that have gotten paid.
Yep. And of course, he did hit that early 2K race-off with Zach, where his king 6 busted up Zach's ace 3. And ever since then, that kind of got him.
Right.
That kind of got him cooking.
Checks.
Fun holdings here. A couple of ace queens, ace 9, king 4-6 the flop. Musky's got bottom pair.
Get away with it all.
I mean, it's the super nuts.
Super
He
nuts.
I got a whole throw roll that shit. I hate that. Yeah, I just slow played it.
Yeah.
Shows it off to get rid of that Niet Button.
No, you opened to 175, so probably not.
I don't remember.
50.
Yeah, my 50 was last.
No.
Lesson is Musky called checker.
I hate it. No, I hate it. I mean, I like it, but I like it very.
You play well.
All right, hand 83 of tonight's Tuesday night big cash game here in Dallas. Playing 10-25-50. The net game is on here. Scott raising the cutoff with the ace 6, makes it 200 to go. And it's never easy. Get over to the straddle position. Hunter has big slick.
Makes it 1350, 1,350. Folds back on to Zach.
Nice squeeze here.
What? Oh, shit.
And a lot of dust.
My hand.
Hitting the bin. easy profit for Hunter as he hits 14K on the money. All right, half the table out of the Nit game. Still 4 players remaining. Scott, Zach, QQQ, and David. We've got the potential for an interesting situation here. If Scott is able to win a hand, it would be down to 3 of the winners. Well, I guess Zach now kind of back in the hole after a couple of hands going the wrong way. But up until this point, certainly been the players who have been getting kicked around a little bit, who have been battling at the end of the Nit game.
Yeah, good to see Seth got rid of his Nit Button early in this round. So he doesn't have to take any more Nit Button abuse.
Yeah, that's like a real big deal after you've been down to the wire in the last 2. You're just like, come on, man, let me win a hand. Squeeze here, Henry. King Jack offsuit. Once again, players trying to get in here for cheap. Rags, and he's going to punish them.
I agree with that.
Call 800 from Jack. Heads up, guys.
Zach makes the call. Oh my God, what? He just flops the joint? Are you kidding me? Henry has up and down to Broadway as well, though. So, I mean, anything can happen. Also has the king of diamonds for the backdoor diamond draw. But Zach, my goodness, just calls with Jack-9 offsuit and absolutely murders the flop. These 2 players quite deep as well. The effective stack here just under 8,000. They're virtually tied at 8K apiece to start this flop. It's going to be a raise from Zach straight away. He's going to play this one fast in position. Things getting spicy here. Both players with a Nit Button. And honestly, this could just be an all-in type situation for Henry, as he's got good equity and would really love if he could just barrel this through on the flop. The problem is that when he gets raised on the flop to this amount, he's just not going to get a lot of folds.
All in and a call.
He's going to go all in, though, nonetheless, and Zach snaps it off with the nuts.
Nuts.
Oh, perfect. They're deciding.
You have diamond?
All right, Lewis, it's a satellite, and you started to rip it into the hand, next hand blind.
Going twice.
200, 200.
Really? I thought Zach was normally a one-time guy, but here we go. 2 times. Can Henry find a way out? Not yet. And no improvement for QQQ, and Henry been flying pretty high all night. Things going pretty decently well, and just out of the blue, loses a couple of hands, and he's stacked. And Zach now up to 18,000. What a flop.
6, 7, 3,030.
Pretty savage turn of events here for QQQ. Obviously, tremendously fortunate for Zach. Getting to a flop with thousands of dollars in the middle dominated, and instead of finding some sort of nasty board that, you know, commits him to losing a lot of chips against his opponent's superior hand. Instead, he flops the joint gets all the money in on the flop, and QQQ goes from winning all night to now stuck his initial 4K buy-in.
Oh my goodness, I missed a big one.
That you did, my friend. The biggest of the big ones, Zach winning an $18,000 pot.
Wow.
All in against QQQ, who is rebought for 8,000 now, if we can believe the numbers on the screen, or perhaps it's another 4,000 or 5. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll try to get an idea of that as we've got a dealer change.
Dealer
well,
change.
For PLO.
Our man Joe going out with some flames. And our man Joe, by the way, he started up a fun little trinket company called Snaplets. So if you see Snaplets out there in the social media land hanging out with all the poker people, that's why Joe started that. These little trinkets, you hang them from your poker bags, and they're kind of cool and cool for the kids and whatnot. And so yeah, we wish Joe all the success with his Snaplets.
That's great.
All right, guys. 100 bombs. That production here.
Yep. Oh, yeah, yeah.
No, he's deep. All right, either way. Good guy.
He had to make up for the line that he missed.
$100 4 card. Bomb pot.
Nice. And Joe just swung by with a couple of Snaplets for myself. So if you need to check them out, when I walk by, you can check them out. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you.
Nit Button that he squeezed, I was like, if he just has like ace 3-0 or something, you know, like, he might see that.
All right, did they do a bomb pot here? Okay, the bomb pot is out there in the middle. So let's get to it. Bomb pot indeed.
Yeah, they are doing that. Check.
See if we can find a 10 back. There's one. QQQ flopping the Broadway straight on bottom. Has top pair on the top board, but not particularly inspiring. It's Neil, however, who is betting the ace queen. 10-4, so a bad gut shot to the wheel and 2 pair on bottom with a couple of backdoor flush draws. So a spicy spot here for Anil. Put 500 in. He's going to get raised. QQQ going for it here, flopping the joints. Like, well, I might be getting quartered, but maybe everybody just pulled. What we can see is Scott has the Jack-10 as well with a pair of 5s. So QQQ, if he could somehow isolate against just Scott, would actually be in a really good position to quarter his opponent. David, though, top on both boards is like, am I about to fold this? Yes, I am.
What? Oh,
Scott does go for it here. Yeah. Jack-10 with second pair on the other board. He'll be going against Jack-10 with top pair on the other board.
Yeah, this is going to be another nasty spot for Scott. I mean, there is a decent amount of money that's made it in there from other players, so Scott will get a little bit of a rebate if he doesn't improve.
Could use an 8 or a 5 on the top board.
It's going to have to be a 5 and a 5 only. I guess a 7, excuse me. Oh, the 5 comes on the bottom board. Yeah, fortunate situation here for Scott. He's going to get quartered.
Yeah, it looks like they just didn't hit enough on the other board to continue betting and build this pot up. So at least that part of it went okay for Scott. At least there was no more betting after the isolation on the flop there.
You know somebody has Jack 10, somebody has 6-5. I know, that's the crazy thing. Well, Neil had 6-5 beat. Get a small straight over here for now?
Both players probably just assuming that their opponent was on the other board and this was going to be a chop pot, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as we know with these bomb pots, when you have one board, but you're vulnerable on it, and you have nothing on the other board or very little, trying to bluff your opponent out by potting it is like a dangerous prospect. Whereas if you have like top boat on one board and not much on the other, then potting it is like great, because if you just get them to fold, well, you win the whole pot. And if they call, well, you almost certainly win your half of the pot. It's like, just feels fine to put the pressure on. But yeah, just like nut straight on one and like third pair or whatever the hell it was on the other one. Yeah, it just feels too dangerous.
I had queen high. I had queen, jack 10, deuce. Oh no, I made a pair of deuces, I think. Oh no, there was no deuce. Yeah, I had no pair, no draw, no backdoor. But I guess I could have made runner two there.
Lego in the chat.
With that bomb pot in the rear viewer.
Bomb pot in the rear view.
Every two pair was live.
Let's get her going. I'm ready for some excitement here.
Well, you walked away at the
I
time
know,
of the most
doggone it. I sure did. I couldn't have nailed it any better. Or any worse, I should say.
I mean, we had an 11K pot, and then we had, what, like a 12K or whatever? But then
Yeah.
it was just like, bang, out of nowhere, 18K. So you missed that one.
Of course, I did see Lego out there playing in the first flight of the 500K.
Yeah, registration now closed, so if you want to play, you're going to have to come back tomorrow.
That's annoying. Fucking five.
Queen 10 now a two pair for Spooky. Sorry there, I nailed you, Aaron.
All good. Folds the 9-5. Yeah. All right, down to 3 in the knit game. Scott, QQQ, and David.
I feel like we have to take Scott to the driving range and tell him to put all his golf tees in his left pocket and give him the full 10-cup treatment. Get these chili dippers changed up a bit. I've tried it. Hunter flopping the goods here. King 10 finding a flop 10-10-8.
Musky a little piece as well. Gut shot for David, but not particularly inspiring.
My wife was going to get her nails done, and she said they ended up back there playing poker because it's Chinese.
Yeah, the ace king there from QQQ didn't get too crazy in the big blind position.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, what about the loser?
The raise in position from Hunter on the button. Musky quickly calling. Does not improve. Ryan Farrell in the chat. David is dominating. Yeah, so far tonight he has been playing aggressively, definitely mixing it up, getting in there with some speculative hands and whatnot. And just making things happen, getting it through, getting big bets called when he's got the nuts. Like, yeah, it's been the night of David for sure, as Musky now facing a large pot-sized wager here on the turn.
She thought in her mind, she was like, actually.
Well played by both players. Hunter takes advantage of the turn. He'll pick up 1850 in profit. Musky does not want to mess with his queen high flush draw with one card to go on a paired board.
I was not. Slow roll, rudder black. See, told you Red was. I told her next time I come, I'm doing the same thing. I was like, I know it's a choose.
That's me the one waitress that like, actually, I usually say red. I'm gonna black.
Yeah. For you.
Eric and I had some fun poker questions the other day. How often, Aaron, when you were on the river, how often do you think of how many people started the hand?
Yep.
So say you have 6 people to the flop, blah, 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 blah. 3 rounds of betting later, you get to the river. Do you remember that 6 hands saw that flop?
I mean, typically, yes. Whether I'm thinking about it down to the specific number of like 5 or 6 or whatever. Like if it's massively multi-way like that, then yes, I'm like viscerally aware of that fact.
Yeah, we talked about how so many times in the smaller game streets, a lot of people will forget about that, and obviously it does influence the hand a bit.
Mr. Delivery in the chat says if I don't answer 100%, I should retire. I mean, I should probably retire anyways, but you're not wrong. I mean,
at some point,
yeah. Sometimes when you are in a low stakes game and there's just a lot of just like 5, 6-way pots, just like you open to 15 under the gun or something, and just like the entire table calls. Like whether there were 6 or 7 players that saw the flop is not necessarily as relevant as like most of the table saw this flop. Like that is the amount that is important. So,
right.
Yeah. If you're not tailoring your play to that, then yeah, you should pack it in. But I agree with you. A lot of players don't really remember that. They're just kind of still playing their 2 cards, can get to a river, and forget about the fact that, like, yeah, there's probably some backdoor flush draws that made it this far in the hand, and the backdoor flush came in and my opponent's all in. So maybe I should fold my 2 pair.
Ace, Queen, 3, top pair for David. He's landed his ace.
Bit of a combo draw here for Scott. It's kind of a funky one, but King of Diamonds one time. Oh, somebody folded it. Shucks.
4 of spades, 2-piece for Dave.
I thought I ran it back up. I went down. So that hand with Scott, I thought I.
And Dave leads out heavy. 3. Was that 3K? Yeah, it was.
Asked to overbet.
Woo! Let's go, baby. I need a red.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that the other day. And if you feel like you're playing a little bit brain foggied and not quite focused as you should be, there's small things you can work on like that. Just keep in mind, work on how many people saw the flop. That's something small that you can work on to stay focused. And work on how much money is in the pot, obviously. That's something you should always know. And sometimes players, when they're playing a little bit brain fogged or not quite as focused as they should be, they lose track of some of the simple stuff like that that you should be doing every time, but you still have to put in the work to remember it, right?
Yeah, that's the truth. And I mean, the long and short of it is that if you are maybe playing a little bit too long of a session, or having had a few beverages, didn't sleep well the last night, whatever, yeah, it could be a good time to just pack it up and come back in fresh state the next day or whatever. Because yeah, if you're missing this kind of stuff, I mean, it's one thing to talk about it as though, you know, sometimes you just haven't been paying attention to this like ever. But you know, certainly if you have been paying attention to that stuff normally and now you're forgetting it or missing it, time to go home and rest up.
That's right. We're putting out hot poker tips tonight from myself and Mr. Delivery. Know what is happening. I think by 2028, dealers may have to text folks, let them know how many people are in the pot, and it's their turn.
You might win the main.
But we're still working on it.
We'll all be playing on our Google Glasses or whatever, and no one will actually be, you know, at the table.
Yeah, right.
Sitting at home in our virtual environment.
Our glasses can beep at us to let us know that it's our turn.
Wow, Steven playing a 30-hour session a few days ago. 30-hour session? That is next level.
That is a long one. I don't think I'm capable of those anymore. I did a few back in the day when I was in my prime. And yeah, I don't know that I could take it now.
Yeah. No, I mean, thank you.
No chance I'm sniffing anywhere close to the 30-hour session.
3-bet here from QQQ. It's a spicy one. 600 to go from the hijack with the 6-4. And now we have a rip from Seth. $8,000 rip. And it looks like he has Jack 10, Aaron.
Yeah, this one has gone completely off the rails. He's going to win it, and I believe this must have been what, splash pot or something? Did Zach lose the Niet game, and we were playing for all that extra money? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it had to be a splash pot of some sort because those players have not done that in quite a while.
Yeah, no, Zach still has his. No, he doesn't have his Niet Button.
I have no idea what that field is like.
For the Niet game, I don't know, but the Niet game is over, so that must have been the splash pot. There probably was some sort of like $200, $400 straddle or something, and yeah. Some guy came in and deleted 23 buy-ins. Yeah, I guess you stick around.
That'll keep you there.
3 buy-in. Oh my goodness.
Not 21, and I have to drive up to Washington to play in a card room, and they have 1-3. Yeah, it's either 1-3. How'd you get 21? 20-48. No, I'm not 20.
Well, on to a more reasonable hand, perhaps, after that last craziness has expired. Ace-King for Seth after Musky raises it up with the King-Queen of Diamonds. Scott will get out of the way, and thankfully so. It's unlikely for him to find a winner. However, what do we see but a jack-high board right after Scott folds.
You gonna go after the whole series? I'll be there for the beginning and then for the
Pretty decent holdings here for Musky, but always uncomfortable to have the pre-flop 3-better barreling to basically set up a turn jam. So Musky is just straight out of there. He folds.
When I'm there, I'm turning. I don't play that much cash in Vegas unless I get invited to a really good private.
Seth getting it done there with Big Slick.
Like if I'm there,
think about it, you're like, wait, I have a king, I have a queen, so that knocks down my opponent's kings and queens a lot. Did I ever bluff this? No, just fold. Shut up. What are we thinking? Seth's been getting his ass kicked all night lately. He's not just gonna let it go, but might have.
All you gotta do is big one and then you're hooked.
Wyson says, can you show the 3-bet graphic again? Well, unfortunately, RJ and I do not have access to the buttons that do that.
The most
so,
fun I've had playing poker, like running deep in a tournament.
If it were up to us, we would.
But then the other parts of the tournament when you don't, it's the most.
See if we can
the worst parts.
Just don't have it in me. It only seems like one
ask
good.
production to do that for us.
What's up?
It only seems like one good. I'd be mad if I win something.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me. I have 3 second places in mains. That's a great outcome.
That's why you're
I'm very happy with those results.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You feel like, yeah, that slight tilt of not winning.
Final table.
I would be pissed if I was.
No.
I don't care for how
You would? That's like saying like if someone won 100K tonight and you won 99, you'd rather you didn't win the most.
Yeah, of course I hit up production on some of our cool stats for the graphics, and of course we did have a reset on all of our graphics earlier, so those type of charts won't be accurate, but we can still have a little bit of fun with them.
Yeah, that was around hand 56, I think it was, that we had the real big snafu. So, yeah, about half of the statistics will be live. So it's something.
Oh.
We got a big one here.
Yeah. I used to really like.
All right, nut flush draw for Scott with a gut shot, I believe. No gut shot.
The top pair and a flush draw now for Scott on the turn. As we get everything sorted out in the graphics here, bear with us, but it is not a flush. It's top pair for Scott on the turn.
Oh, and then we go. We see a river. It's a king of hearts. It slowed everything down a bit.
Nice little win there for Scott, but could have been a little bit better had that board stayed a little bit tamer for the Queen 10.
Yeah, the backdoor hearts coming in there with the king of hearts on the river. Queen 10 shriveled up quite a bit. Hey, you were talking about playing long sessions. I remember many moons ago when I was young enough to play a long session, my dad had called me and woke me up from a nap. He's like, how you doing? What you up to? And I said, well, I'm sleeping. I played poker for like 30 hours. Now I need some sleep. He goes, oh, good. I said, Dad, no, there's nothing good about that. Like, I should not be playing poker for 30 hours. I should live a little more normal than that. And now I don't feel well.
Yeah, those sorts of long sessions or benders or whatever, I mean, certainly they don't, we don't recover from them nearly as well now. But, yeah, put you in a little bit of a fog for a while.
Absolutely. Look at this. 100 did not fold kings. Ay. Hot mess from the graphics on that one. Somebody might have had kings. I don't know.
I watched that. Rado, when he started playing mixed games, I watched the whole. It's pretty good.
If I remember correctly, I was on the wrong end of the guy that was coming in and just firing some buy-ins. They'd run over me and leave, I think.
Too much chopping.
I would say that the worst scenario ever is that you're in a long session like that where someone is deleting a bunch of buy-ins.
Yes.
But like they stack you and then give all the chips to someone else at the table.
I think that had happened. That had happened, and then I come back to where I'm close to like making money, and it got me stuck in there for a little while.
You get stacked by that guy again. You just watch the torch the whole thing like immediately. You're like, come on, bro.
I remember I fell asleep driving home one time from Windstar after a super long session like that, and that was the end of those. I did not do it again.
Wow, did you go off the road or did you wake up like?
I woke up hitting construction cones. So I jacked up my car a little bit on the construction cones, and yeah, it was pretty scary.
One car,
Glad you're alive, man.
Yes. Yes, that stuff is real, so take care of yourself when it comes to that. Do not test it.
Top pair on the turn here for Neil. David is betting with Squadouche. Did not hit the ace and doesn't have a heart, so he is going to give it up.
You gotta play a lot of stuff probably.
David, a little frustrated there. The king came while he was well ahead with the ace, but still doing pretty good.
Still on a pretty juicy run. Still in the penthouse, up 10K.
I can't believe Miss Rocky won that.
Not the full 12K he was up moments ago or something. But
that may never happen.
Still cruising.
Oh, really?
Hunter has climbed up
She's aggro.
yet again, and he's right on the tail of David. Zach, Hunter, and David all in the profit, more than 7K tonight.
Good.
WPT Prime has got to be up there for me. I played it this year and I was like, man, I should not make this for the buy-in and like the level of player in the tournament, like there's certain tables I got to.
All right, David should feel a little better with this flop.
Similar. Yeah.
Yeah, and Neil not going anywhere, flopping 2 pair, so pretty good spot for David. However, action might slow down a little bit here.
Levels and other tournaments. I like the time chips on day 2.
Yeah, I definitely like playing with
Well, David has shown a propensity for getting his value in spots like this. 600 in the middle. After bet and check, he is going to go for 350 now. And this might just be the right size to get a 7 to call, particularly with an ace kick in. See if Neil can find a fold. It's the chips. What do you think, RJ?
Yeah, I almost mentioned when Neil made the call on the flop, he's ahead of all the other 7s. And this pot going check, check does make it interesting.
In the gruelingness of the name too, like
I'm pretty snug in my old age. I think I just let it go, but you do beat all the other 7s.
Well, and all the bluffs, right? I mean,
right.
If there's ever just like something like a queen 5 or whatever. I mean, this is big blind versus straddle, right? Like these guys don't have to have.
Basically him bragging for like 30 minutes saying he's gonna buy in a million.
Yeah, big blind versus straddle. And did you put him on a hand on the flop or not? Right. When David let out for the 100 on the flop.
Who is this? Doug Polk did a video on it.
I think if that diamond doesn't hit the turn, he might get called.
It's like 10 different, like I was hanging out the Kardashians.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not so sure David ever turns flushes and
right. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I don't know.
With like just some nut flushes.
Some rag.
I mean, I wouldn't. No, if you have a rag flush, you definitely have to keep betting, right? Because you don't want your opponent to just like get a free river with like the 8 of diamonds
right.
that somehow gives you a better flush, or flush, without paying. So, yeah, I don't know. That one's a little bit funky. I think with A7 there, I'm probably paying him off. Like David with his image all night, like bet check bet on 8 of diamonds, 10 of hearts or whatever. You have my money.
Yeah, that the bet check bet for Dave has worked out pretty well tonight.
Always yes for me.
That line has been good.
Anybody need a pee?
And I think a couple of times even got to. I think maybe he check called the river and into Scott a couple times, I think. Hey, let's do another Niet Button. Niet Button game.
Minus
do it.
200.
Yep. Raised to 150.
A couple of players not at the table. Maybe did they fold
should bet
before
on
they
these.
went away? Sure.
What's your best on me, boy?
I bet on Scotty against Rod.
I don't usually.
No, I know you. I've played with you in Infinity.
Wow. Seth just calling with 2 jacks? Is this real life?
Well, he gets a flop that is pretty rough for 2 jacks. Ace, king, 7.
I haven't lost in a while. Knock on.
So the slow play of the jacks didn't work very well. Scott leads out with his king and connects here with the turn. He's got trips now.
I think he had jacks. I don't think Seth had jacks, and I don't think that
QQQ's rocking 4 high here.
I don't think so. I could be wrong. I mean, the Nit game is potentially on if they aren't waiting for those players to get back. A little bit of uncertainty here, but certainly Scott putting in the 3-piece with trip kings here, he means business, and his hand is almost certainly correct. If Henry has anything like 4 deuce, yeah, he stepped in it a little bit.
Yeah, he might have been naked there, just working his position. Yeah, I'm like you, though. I don't feel like it was 4 deuce, but hey. Nothing wrong with working a butt-naked bluff when you get on stream once in a while. It's good for the game.
Yeah. And your cards are almost irrelevant. I mean, let's
yeah,
say
right?
4 deuces or something, right? Like the king pairs, and I believe that Scott just bet the flop as well, right? So
yes.
You're not going to bet with a king nearly as often as you're going to bet with an ace. So when the king pairs and you bet again, and kind of small there from Scott, I mean, maybe I'm messing up the action, but I think it's a pretty decent spot with any 2 cards.
Sure, it's enticing there to throw that bet out there. You betcha. My favorite kind of bluff is like that anyway. When you see a spot that it could perhaps be set up to bluff, and you really don't have strong holdings, and sometimes you get it through, and if you get resistance, well, your stark naked 4 high is just in the muck anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's like you either want to raise with enough of a hand to where you can continue to play if you face resistance, or a hand that's just so bad that when you face resistance, you're like, oh, I don't even care that that hand gets through. It's just easy. Yeah, I find, a lot of people at the lower stakes will make mistakes where they'll raise with a hand that they're like, I think I have the best hand, so I'll raise with it. But then they get re-raised all in, and now they don't know what to do because their hand is in between, right? It's not so bad that they can easily fold it, and it's not so good that they can snap call. And then they're just sitting there for 5 minutes as the rest of the table is on themselves as they try to figure out what to do. And that's not a great place to raise.
My card for the pot, so someone who loses the next.
And then you kind of find yourself losing money on both ends of that, right?
Well, you'll invariably, fold when you should and call when you shouldn't.
Yep, exactly.
Because you're in
So it's fold around to him. He has a button. Oh, yeah. And he goes, you want to flip for whatever, 1,000? Of course I say yes.
I mean, how many times have we seen that too when someone is just hemming and hawing and whatever, and then they put in the call and they're just up against nuts.
I think so too,
and
but I didn't even realize as it was happening.
There, but you chose
I didn't realize
hand
what was happening.
to raise with, so that you
And it did fold around to him.
your wires got crossed and you ended up making a call. Tricky spots abound.
It folded around to him. It folded around to him.
That's to do yourself a favor and not complicate things unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think so too. I just didn't. I've never had that situation come up. So
Yeah, I think sometimes those medium spots is why pot control was invented. But then again, the brilliant ones find ways to get profit out of those medium spots. But I'm with you, it's hard to do.
So 3 ways. Back picking up Broadway draw. But a pair of 7s for Seth are still good. And
check. Queen high. 7. No, I should have bet
7, take it.
Super nuts.
And the brilliant people that bet in that spot to make value, they don't pay off the check raises, right? They're just betting to get value to take money down when they get called. When they get that check raised by the monster hand, they don't pay it off. Those are the brilliant folks, of course.
Gotta watch out for the brilliant ones.
Yeah. I'm a long ways from that guy.
Learning how to play poker.
Just jump right into 2-5.
No, it's dealer training.
Oh,
It might actually. No, they wouldn't have put it on the board.
Musky's lost the golf cap.
Oh, but they actually for real money. You have a button?
We did mention we have a new dealer here, our 3rd dealer of the evening, and that's Kmart. We didn't give him his appropriate introduction. One of the stream's favorite, Mr. Kevin, in there tonight. He's got the beard back on, and he's ready to roll.
Even if I just like completely stop trimming my beard, yeah, I don't know that it would reach that length in 5 years.
Right? And this guy just wipes it out and has it right back in like 3 weeks.
Much here, the pair of queens will be good, and David once again gonna try to get his value after checking the turn. Sure enough, Hunter makes the call with the 10. Very reasonable. Oh, wait. Yeah.
You could have bet 800.
Yeah, he just called.
I literally laughed in his face on that.
Hey, there's a look at those 3-bet percentages. And, of course, that is a sample size of roughly half the hands tonight. So not as cool as it once was. David, Neil, Zach with the goose eggs. And, of course, we know David and Zach have probably thrown in some 3-bets along the way. And according to this, in the most recent hands, Seth is our leader.
Yeah, Wyson, happy to try to get that one through for you. And shout out to production for bringing it home for you and for us. Appreciate that. Rut-row, 10s versus kings. Musky and QQQ getting tangled up here.
All right, QQQ under the gun, made it 150. Gets around to the straddle position for Musky, the 3-bet with his kings, 600.
Very modest 3-bet. This is a little bit on the smaller side. I would not recommend as if QQQ makes the call, then of course you're going to get Neil and Scott making the call, and then you're just going to be playing out of position against 3 opponents. It's actually going to work out sort of brilliantly, though, because the small 3-bet size is going to get QQQ to 4-bet.
Once or twice, Musky. Yeah, so twice. Okay.
And now Musky wastes no time to go all in. And QQQ makes the call here, so we're doing it. 10,000 out there.
Kings are good. Musky's heart probably skipped a beat when he saw the
ace on the turn.
I felt a little better with Oliver. It's not too much
not
better.
A great board.
Yeah, you can hear him talking about it. The pain on the turn. It felt a little better when the river come out, but not too much better, he said.
Yeah, I think half of Seth's free bets were trying to win his Niet Button. Yeah, it was pretty dirty there. He and Spooky were having an absolutely disgusting time of trying to get rid of their Niet Button. The last 2 Niet games.
Yeah, they both got felted trying to get rid of the Niet Button.
Remember that handler Friday? I was so fucked up on this. Dude, I 3-bet 600. The guy who makes it 8.
Henry there had kind of started to claw his way back to the top of the leaderboard. He was back into the positive, and bam, right back down. Giving Musky the double up, and Musky is now unstuck. He's up $105. That's a couple of trips to Taco Bell, baby.
You bet.
Dude, I made it 608K.
More than a couple. Hell, that's a couple of hot dates to Taco Bell, I'll tell you that.
This guy doesn't make
Oh my goodness! Did you hear the witch laugh right there? That was incredible.
He's like, I don't give a fuck.
They nailed it. It was straight out of Hollywood.
I despise him.
Good luck.
Yeah, also, I definitely remember David is getting scammed by that 3-bet graphic because he was leading the charge on the first 3-bet graphic at like 17% or something, and everyone else was well below that. And then he's showing up at 0% as he's played a lot of hands as just calls here since then. Spooky, gonna get a jam through.
Fuck, I kind of wanted to see it.
I thought that was the only reason why you wanted to go all in there.
Didn't show his hand.
Didn't show it.
No.
Keep that Niet Button, sir.
Yes, we were talking about that.
Yeah, I almost felt like the
I don't care.
3-bet chart was perfectly upside down compared to what it was the first couple of hours. So maybe it kind of evened out there if we'd have perhaps kept it connected throughout the night.
I think that's right.
That's pretty hilarious. He goes in and I just want to count it. Not too bad. I'm not doing this guy. I'm just waiting to see who I'm going to give it to.
All right, Ace King in the holdings for Zach. He gets to be the raiser, 200 to go. Ace King lands for Zach. Second pair here for QQQ.
Actually, I think the sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
I'll take the ice too.
300 the bet size from Zach. Four of spades pairs the board. We go check, check. Pardon me. QQQ goes first. He checks. Now it's over to Zach.
Yeah. I wish you would have voted. I had to fight that. So you hit it, yeah. One of us supposed to have it.
Zach does bet, gets a little more serious this time after Ace King has landed. 1,100 to bet. Now QQQ thinking about it with his second pair. You can see there the equities. He's in trouble. And we've seen Q try to take advantage of the board pairing on the turn like this. We saw it just a few moments ago. Could he be thinking of something spicy?
Like all in?
He does think against it. Nice fold there. Doesn't want to mess with anything. Spicy, good thing, because Zach shows off his ace king, gets rid of the Niet Button.
easy way to get rid of a nip button there, you know?
Indeed. Ace King lands. Let's get rid of a nip button.
He just tosses that in and shoves.
There it is, the Trailblazer Poker Tour Season 2. It's going on right now here at Texas Card House Dallas and at TCH Social in Las Colinas. This event, number 6, the $500 buy-in, started today. Day 1's the rest of the week. Today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. All day 1s come back Sunday for day 2. Final table on Monday. This bad boy is going to be a juicy one, 500,000 guarantee, and we're going to crush it.
I think I got owned by Q there. 76.
Back to the action, hand 105 we go. QQQ in the small blind with ace jack. He did 3-bet here, 3-bet over Musky. And Musky will let her go. Take it down.
Who's winning the tie? If it's not the Thunder, who's winning the tie?
Knicks.
Knicks. I don't think the Knicks come out. I cannot believe I'm saying this because I hate James Harden.
Oh no. I don't think he's the worst. He's terrible in playoffs.
Yeah, but they don't need him to be James Harden. They don't need him to be that good. That team is deep.
I think Pistons are under.
Pistons are in it, but the problem is when the game slows down the playoffs and they have to play half-court offense.
Yeah, little ball talk. The boys know ball.
They just have Kate. Kate Cunningham. It's like they're really good because they're ridiculously good in transition, and defensively they're awesome.
Yeah. How many other creators?
But like they don't really have in the game.
Yeah, the East is wild.
Another premium here.
Yeah.
QQQ.
I don't know. I think it's Knicks Pistons.
Great, it's a 650.
I like the Nuggets.
Yeah. They have a really good team. I can't really count them out. Really good team.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't play basketball.
Another 3-bet for QQQ, getting to turn it up here.
I just
with a nice little run of premiums.
Towns and Mitchell Robinson.
Spooky might be feeling the heat here from not showing his hand
Right.
when he won that pot, as there's 4 remaining. It's not quite danger zone yet, but it's getting down there. And I mean, he won a hand, just didn't show it, and so to still be in the mix for the net button.
And his stack.
Pretty awesome.
And his stack is a little nubby, perhaps, at 2.15. So if he gets into a mess trying to get rid of that nip button, it could be stack worthy.
Turn into a one-man show very quickly.
Nope. I think that's very likely.
They're just defensively awful. DeAndre Ayton's their starting center. Like, it's just over there. I mean, it's just over. That's the last. What's up?
It's better than like Gafford. Average really good.
The Mavs aren't good though.
They are, but they made the finals.
Oh, but that team was. So
Raised to 150, call in 2 spots, up and down for Musky. Not much else here.
A bet and 2 insta-folds. Musky's going to take it down.
They got Luke Kennard now. He can't play defense. Rui can't play defense.
Oh no, the graphics went to Scott.
Lakers? Yeah. Luka obviously.
Looks like
it's getting started.
Yeah, they can reverse it.
If all 3 of them can stay healthy, they can win a series. Sure, they can upset.
Back it up.
Back it up. It's always a fun little run when you get those premiums like back to back to back to back, or 4 out of 5, 3 out of 4. So say if you go like Kings, Ace King,
Lively was playing really good.
Jacks, couple hands later, you get Kings again. On that 4th one, do you think about it? Do you think about that this orbit has been you 3-betting the whole time? Do you keep it basically the same, or do you bump it up?
Well, I don't know what you mean by bump it up. I will try to play every hand the same, regardless of whether I've played like 4 3-bets in a row or I've folded for 4 hours. Like, the hands are just the hands, and if you try to like think about the psychology of whether or not you've played too many hands or not enough hands or whatever, too much, like you're just getting out of bounds, and you'll invariably make some sort of mistake based on logic outside of the game. What I will say is that when you have borderline stuff, like let's say that you do just get hit by the deck, and it's like here's aces, here's ace king, here's pocket queens, all within the span of an orbit, and you like 3-bet maybe like the same guy a couple of times,
right?
And now he's opening from early position. It folds to you in like low jack or something, and you have like 10-9 suited, and you would like normally either like 3-bet or fold this hand and like lean towards 3-bet, but you've been 3-betting this guy a lot. He's early position. It's kind of borderline. Now you click fold. Like those are the times where I will do some stuff where I let the action dictate a little bit.
Right.
But I would not say that I'm like going to change my bet size or that I'm going to whatever when I have like top rate.
Yeah.
Great. Does that make sense today?
Yeah, great answer.
But I've definitely been there before. I'm like, I've just 3-bet this guy like 3 times in the last orbit. Like he's not gonna have any of it, and I have a hand that I can just leave him. Just don't poke the bear.
Right. No, I think that's a great answer. A lot of education in that answer. I love it.
Any drinks on the stage? Coffee, water, beer, soda?
Cold water.
All right, Hunter finds a spot here to 3-bet. Pretty juicy one. 2,000 to go here.
Neil is in there. And these two players quite deep. 9,600 the effective stack for Neil. And he actually finds a flop that is going to favor him. 997 rainbow. Hunter has to decide right now if he is just going to barrel this one through. I suppose he can bet and give up, but 1,500 now sort of sets up a hot side as jam on the turn, potentially.
Actually, I have a cash feature that I gave up on once they're terrible. But now,
I kind of like it. I've tried to pick a team in the East.
Yeah, Neil kind of has to decide where he's headed in this
You know, it's
well.
crazy thing.
If he calls now, he'll have less than pot behind.
Harden, Mitchell. Harden, the old Harden, Mitchell.
Yeah, he requested another trade.
Max Strus is going to get healthy.
No, from LA.
Mobley, Jared Allen.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they have Keon Ellis off the bench. Merrill.
Harden kept trying to get on every team.
Everything.
He went to Sixers. He hates
Yeah, fun little spot here
every time.
for Mr. Neil.
He got fat in the Rockets because he didn't want to play anymore.
Hunter, the 3-better
He actually
pre-flop.
was really good at Clippers. I don't know why he wanted out. They were like
I
winning
can
a
see
bunch
the
of
hamster
games.
on the wheel up there. He's like, he can just have ace king. If he just has ace king and I jam, he'll fold. But if he has queens, then I'm fucked.
Yeah, and we've seen him get after it with some small pair holdings, as if he thought that very thing as the hamster
Even right now,
was running.
they just shoot so many threes.
And yeah, I think the hamster's trying to tell him to do it again.
Get this stage though. This amount of time has gone by. I think the fold's coming through.
It's funny because the rest of the season's going to suck ass, and then the playoffs is going to be amazing.
Hunter, of course, is chanting fold, fold in his hand, in his head.
So dumb. They're just benching their good players
It's like
in the
an
fourth
actual,
quarter.
it's like a crisis. They need to do something.
They get rid of Durant, create. No. Can't keep going.
Well, he's
Someone say,
stuck
like,
here.
maybe, like, you shouldn't be able to be in the lottery.
I mean, he's really giving it up now with the little back and forth, right? Like,
Yeah.
if he were to jam now, Hunter would know exactly where he's at.
Trade your pick for the year or whatever. Now you're incentivized.
Whether or not he wants to put the rest of the chips. I mean, honestly, he probably should, given how much is in there. But I just can't see Neil doing anything other than fold now.
Oh, right now it's gotten ridiculous.
Yeah, you're like, you're an Orioles fan, you're like, oh, we're going to lose the second game of the season, you know the season's over.
The players will strike if they try to hit a salary.
Man, he just said it to himself. You nailed
The
it.
Dodgers are just ridiculous.
If he has ace king, I should throw down.
Ace jack. Not even ace king. Effectively the same to the fives, but all the more painful to see turned over.
Yeah, you can tell he definitely wanted to. Well done for Hunter, though, to get that through.
Absolutely, and he has eclipsed David at the top of the food chain, up 11K. And Neil, after folding that hand, is now heads up against Spooky for the Nit game.
Yeah, and where is the Hunter fan club in the chat? They warned us tonight that he was out for blood.
He's here for blood.
That's right.
Hey, you see I bluff.
I thought you were
And look at this.
Here we go, Neil.
Now this time Neil the one with the big ace. Ace king suited. And QQQ with the aforementioned fives.
Like, kind of priced in. It's like 5 to win a lot. Yeah. Almost 15. More than that, almost 7.
I like that math, Dave. 5 to win a lot.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you need an ace.
The QQQ makes the call. Not quite the similar flop here, as the jack going to be a little bit more prevalent in Neil's 3-betting range, but still paired board.
I gotta watch this hand. I gotta watch this hand.
Zach, you still doing that in the podcast?
Oh, Neil is going to
He can't talk about baseball.
Large.
Because he's out of town.
1,200 into just about
Jared, he's the
1,500.
Like play-by-play guy, basically, for the.
This
range.
is a little bit talent.
It's like a way bigger
I think.
platform.
It's a nice one. Is that good?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He makes the call rather quickly.
What big tonight?
Getting used to like talking around.
And a diamond on the turn.
Actually, having
How
quick thoughts together.
does Neil want to play this? Quick
You
check
did, and you
back.
saw my eyes.
Oh, drills it.
Bingo, bingo.
Big on the river.
Have to make it relatable.
Oh, God, poor man.
I like to see all
And Henry
5
was
cards,
like-
dealer.
I was thinking of, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and Henry was like, just don't put paint. No ace, no king, no queen. Oh,
It,
damn
it all
No,
gets
I
there.
have a painting in my place of the restaurant.
And then with the queen, too, I
This is the
thought.
spot, dude. Every Friday, underage drink.
Never wanted to see
every
a deuce of clubs more in his life, but not this
I
time.
did crazy things there to make money. Like, let them all in.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. We were to get
Now,
like the
there's
big
not a big
ace
ace that didn't get there.
I got crazy SMU parties.
Oh, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of shit on that. It was bad. You probably didn't.
Frustrating, but thought you just
It's all about located.
Hip hop night.
Let's see, what's Neil go for here? 1,300.
My friends were like, why is it so like crazy uptown on Sundays?
Yeah, it wasn't like a couple of twos.
I got that tournament. I had King Kong. I was
guys, what could it be?
6 tables left. I was only on 1 buy-in, and I lost.
I knew every
Kings, I
rap song
stacked
by
the
heart,
guy.
like,
He
because
had a
after
7-7.
working a Sunday night, being there on a Sunday night, you literally hear
Yeah,
every rap song 100 times.
Was it all yours?
doesn't love it, but does settle on the fold. Gets shown the ace king.
Yeah,
and
Neil trying to
sure
get
enough,
rid of that button.
I don't want to be in the bar business.
and Spooky's gonna have to get out from his nub. Oh no.
I got sued once for like a girl who like got on top of a table, fell. Just like shit like that happened.
Yeah, there it is, coming
There's
in.
a lot of shady characters in that business. So
Spooky
I was just like,
and his Nit Button in the middle for a splash pot.
800 to pop.
Well, that's a brutal.
And he's going to put 800, all 800 in this pot at once.
your place can be like.
And he's going to hope he can throw down from the small blind because he has 2,000 behind.
Perhaps, I don't know.
It's crazy how much they come and go. Those restaurants down there in the Dock Henderson.
It's just one shot.
Have you seen what they've done with the quad drink?
No, I haven't.
Like where I was? They put some money. Yeah.
Really?
There's a Michelin star restaurant there.
Have you been?
No, I can't get a reservation. What's up? It's called Momini.
Oh, I have heard.
I thought it was called Momani. Someone told me it's Momini.
Is it?
They corrected me.
Spooky looking for something spicy, and instead he gets the 9 triz. Some of us consider that
all these hands
extra spicy.
Yeah, I am partial to the 9 triz myself, but yeah, it's too bad.
I think there's a sushi place.
Queen Jack 9. 9 triz would have got there.
Maybe downtown.
It's already there against 7 high and 5 high.
Neil,
Neil.
reaches for chips, and it got Dave to fold. Indeed. 7 high, taking down the splash pot.
If anybody sneezed at that, they were going to win pre-flop.
Yeah, the extra dusty holdings there.
Just peeled 400 and 4-5 over. Never got the big one, so I went for the big one.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
What a huge spot.
yeah, I kind of regretted doing it when I did, actually.
I didn't even know it was a splash. Wow.
Yeah, I mentioned a couple weeks ago that my last hand at the WSOP deep stack up in Durant about a month ago or so, I guess now. I told Eric that our boy Aaron would be very proud of me. The last hand I played was 9 triz.
Well, if it was the last hand you played, then I can't say I'm particularly proud of you, but
yeah, it didn't work out. Didn't work out. We gave it. We gave it a go. QQQ was in the penthouse for most of the evening. Now finds himself stuck a bit, but he's got jacks. Ooh. Excitement right behind him. David's got big slick.
We're playing a big one, RJ and company. Hold up.
So the Pertinier min click here. 4 bets, 2,100.
Yeah, just needs to isolate the rest of the field out of the way. And yeah, back over to Henry. I don't think we have any options here other than play for all of it. And we can see it's a bang on coin flip 50-50 according to RF Poker. Flip some coins. Henry B contemplating a fold here.
Yeah, before the tank, you saw that he looked down at his stack, did a little bit of accounting. Perhaps.
You know for sure that you're getting called if you go all in. Like, even if he's got like ace-5 suited, I just don't think you have enough to get him to fold. But
perhaps the timing of the stream coming into play a little bit here. I mean, there's only 30 minutes left, and I don't know if Q's thinking about that a bit. Because, yeah, we've seen him just get after it in this spot previously.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about that too. I'll let you do it.
Well, as you mentioned just a moment ago, like, he's been kind of doing well most of the night. Things have been going his way.
29 off your bucket list.
And now, as of just the last hour or so, things have really kind of slowed down for him. So maybe it's just like, wow, am I just getting set up here? Like 2 jacks, just getting cooked?
And the last time he did throw that 4-bet out there with 10s, he was cooked as Musky beat him in the pot with the pocket kings.
C1, has that player had plenty of time to act? Sir, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. I'll let you know at 15, 10, and
Someone called the clock here, and I do think by now he's had enough time to think, but perhaps the clock getting called just a smidge early, but he's going to show a jack and fold, and wow.
David wants to see the pain.
Flip, right?
He gave you 52.
Yeah, you get.
You run that up. Yep.
What is it? Can't see it. Oh, how rude. Show us, show us.
We don't get to participate in the rabbit hunt, but
which I find rather rude.
Very extraordinarily even.
All right, David adding to his collection over there, 11-6 in the profit. Yeah, we'll see if we can get some madness here down the stretch. Roughly somewhere between 20 and 25 minutes remaining in tonight's Texas Card House Dallas stream.
I win at the cage.
And it's been a fun one. You know, we missed our brother in arms, Mr. Eric Van, but the AA Ron and RJ show tonight.
Yes. Aaron. Aaron. I have to apologize for like the 3 times I called you Eric. My heavily concussed brain. I knew I'd grow up and work with Aaron and Eric just to challenge myself.
That was the worst poker play I've ever seen in my life. Like, ever.
Ryan Farrell says David would have won, could tell by his facial expressions. I think you're right. I think it was like a devastating win as well, like something like Ace King out there for him to show the hand face up.
Do that against Pierce last night.
Quads. Anybody else has quads.
I was on like 13.
There's the Hunter crew back in the chat.
Dude, you must have been on like fucking crack cocaine call.
No, that's a weed.
Jack 8-9 here, 2 spades, pretty good flop for Zach. Open-ended nut flush draw. My man EVL in the chat saying, I miss your musk. Pretty good turn here for Ace-10, by the way. Oh, pardon me. That's not what I thought it was. My musk is strong in this room, I'll tell you that. And it's a shame that the only person to get any love out of it is Eric. All right, King Queen lands on the turn for Musky, and he's got the check mark.
Yeah, the combo draw, the Omega combo draw for Zach bricks out, and he's like, I can't believe it. These cards are broken. How do I not make something? Checks it back, and Musky shows him the goods.
Barrel, you pussy. What are you doing?
Never folding. Literally never folding.
I think that was David. David and Zach like to get after each other a bit.
I absolutely own you guys.
Definitely Dave. Which is good. Zach needs somebody to get after and vice versa. It's no fun for Zach if no one at the table gets after him a little bit. He needs a smack-talking buddy.
Yeah, I miss JD, you know, because
right.
JD and Zach, we've seen some epic showdowns between those 2 guys.
Yes, and the layers of smack talk between those 2. That onion runs deep.
Well, Eric, David, yeah, he had a couple of good ones. I mean, he kind of just like didn't lose a pot for the first 2 hours. So anything from the first 2 hours of the stream were basically just like David would open, you know, 10-7 off or whatever, and just like make a big hand and win, or bluff his opponent or whatever. But a lot of it was just, you know, he did a couple of bet check bet blinds and just like overbet the river, got called when he just had the goods.
Are you serious?
He also flopped a straight with 7-4 offsuit against top set.
Yeah, that came in handy.
Yeah, so there were a couple of good ones for sure. He's going to turn top pair now with a superior kicker. Musky here is not going to win the hand if we get to showdown.
Check, check. Everybody's got a king. San Angelo kicker school in effect. Well, Eric, the good news is you can remind him that he doesn't have his hat on tonight. He left the Sunny D hat away from his poker game tonight, and now he's stacking heaps. There you go, Aaron.
That's right, 500K guarantee, event number 6, multi-flight, no limit hold'em tournament, just kicked off today. You've got plenty more opportunities to get in. Day 1 flight is going to be held each day, Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Vegas, running through Saturday to get yourself into day 2, kicking off on Sunday, 1 p.m. at the final table, live stream here on TCH Live at 7 o'clock. Monday night. Get yourself in, grab a bag, and find your way into day 2. We want to see you on this table in a week from yesterday, so let's do it.
Yeah, a week from yesterday, that'll be our next stream coming at you from Texas Card House Dallas. Of course, we'll have some other streams throughout the week coming at you from Texas Card House locations across the great state of Texas. Make sure you are subscribed to follow all the great action the Texas Card House sends your way right here on TCH Live.
Yeah, and 500K guaranteed in the prize pool for this initial multi-flight event. Almost certainly going to obliterate that. I would guesstimate that it's going to be closer to like 900K in the prize pool. And then the main event, $1,200 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed, of course. A week later, probably going to be getting closer to 1.5 million in the prize pool. That's just my guess, but you know what? Go get in on the action and find out for yourself.
David got the 3-bet with the aces here against Hunter. Hunter raised in the hijack with the pocket 3s. We see a flop king 8 deuce.
Oh.
Ace on the turn. Top set for Dave.
I like it, I just don't like it being done to me. Man, keep doing that shit to me.
Chooses to lead out here on the turn, 1,200, and that'll get rid of the pocket 3s.
No, you didn't.
Jesus, says Zach. Yeah, Jesus is right. That is the way David's been running tonight. Couldn't get paid, but still pretty darn good.
What did they say earlier? It's an easy life? Is that what he called it?
And I can never check. Just
something like that. What a life, I think Zach said.
Yeah.
What a life.
What a life. Smashing everything. Will Martini cheering on his boy Hunter.
All right, currently dealers in the satellite. If you set it to river, finish the hand, next hand blinds are up 500, 1,000, 1,000.
7 deuce, hammer in the muck. Ace Jack 5, 2 hearts. Could be a little spicy here. No waiting.
little over half pot, like the side. Neil here should be just sort of handcuffed into another call, but I say that, and he is reaching for big chips. Do not understand this one, but he's going to check raise to 1,300 with top pair, no kicker, no heart. RJ, what do you think we're doing here? Finding out where we are, kind of a thing?
Yeah, I guess so. And with Neil's stack size, I guess it's appropriate to maybe take a shot with a sizing like this. Or pardon me, with. Are those stacks accurate?
I think so.
Okay.
They're certainly close.
All right, we'll see what he thinks of this river. 9 of diamonds pairs the board, and he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, we're just going to try to...
Yeah, YOLO.
Right,
YOLO indeed. And he knew he was in trouble when he got the insta-call.
I just don't understand it. Like, we don't need to bluff with aces.
Yeah.
Right? It's like...
And for a moment, I thought... I didn't realize that Q had added on the 1K chips, so I thought he was just maybe taking a little shot at Q's stack, you know, with the stack sizing of 3 or 4K, but stack was not the case because Q added on here recently, and his stack is much larger than what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I wonder if perhaps...
Yeah,
perhaps maybe Neil didn't see that. I don't know. Or it was just YOLO, which we all appreciate.
Sure. I think Neil, so he's kind of gotten away with these all night.
Yeah.
Right? Where he's made some raises, oftentimes with like good combos, you know, take away from him. But this time around, I think was just bad timing and maybe taking a hand that just doesn't need to bluff, and just because of that, it ends up being a pretty big misstep. As he's still up 1,300, but that was a nasty chunk of change going out of his stack and into QQQ's stack, who is now still stuck, but the least stuck. Those 4 players.
Yeah, still stuck, and now he has a serious stack at 16,000. So if anything were to break out here in the last 10 or 15 minutes, he's armed and ready.
Got here armed with a couple of ladies.
Ladies on the button for Scott. 3-bet, 500 to go. Love it.
Did you re-raise? I wish you did.
John, they finally gave you a job? Yeah, you walk around now.
David trying to open up there from the hijack with that 6 deuce.
How are you so tight?
He does take the train.
This guy's up piles.
Heads up. Spooky and Scott.
350 to win 1,600. Getting 6 to 1.
All right, Scott gets an ace out there on the flop that he hates, but this time he's able to continue, take it down. His opponent does not have an ace, and that's got to feel good.
Scott needed that one.
I fucking run so bad.
He's like, for the first time in a month, they don't have the ace. Let's go.
Hey, if you're calling somebody, you're calling. No, I don't think so. You got one of those weed drinks from Snap Call. Oh, yeah. You feel good about it. All the way to the I mean, like, of all things you can close, fucking bathroom. What's the bathroom club?
What? Eric says smashing everything is overrated. I don't know about that. Maybe if you were smashing anything, it would count. I kid, but I gotta get on the throw Eric under the bus.
Of course, you're speaking poker, right? Poker, yeah, poker.
You're. I kid, of course, Eric. Smashing everything. I mean, I would like to smash something.
True.
It's hard.
Flops amongst other things for Eric.
Well, it just gets better and better for David. He goes from top pair to a straight.
Top pair straight kicking.
If Benita's open and I fully kicked it, now it Oh, just now?
For bet. As you do. 0.5x.
People are hooping and hollering out here in the satellite streets. And they are down to 21 in the first flight of the 500K guarantee. 21 players remaining in the first Tuesday night flight. They're giving away 11 seats today too. So 11 players will have that early bag and the comfortability of knowing they'll be back Sunday for day 2. All right, David's got 8-9 of diamonds, early position. David's ran good in these spots too, even when he had to like just fold and get out of the hand. Not a lot working for anyone just yet. 10 of hearts here on the turn, and that's a straight for Dave. Musky will
drills the gutty.
Musky comes out swinging here on the turn and finds resistance right away by David and his gut shot straight. And bingo bango, the suck and resuck. Musky's got Broadway. And now David's like, that card is terrible.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself, would Musky ever bet 1,400, basically full pot, with anything less than a king? I mean, maybe a sicko does do this with top 2 or a set, but or even 8-9 of their own. King 9 is, well, King 9, it's still just a king, it's just Broadway. So yeah, it's tough to find hands that you beat, that is.
David in the muck. Well done. 935 in profit there for Musky. Where's that put Musky? He's up a little over 2K now. Scott, Seth, and Spooky throwing the party tonight.
I do everything else with it,
QQQ.
We got Kiwi and Tony joining us back in the chat. Welcome back for the last few minutes of the stream as we are coming up on the 11 o'clock hour Central Time.
All right, send us
a fun night here.
It has. Send us some fire emoji here down the stretch, Aaron. Spooky's got jacks on the button.
If I can get some of my points back here. Come on.
Do it, do it.
Oh, even worse than before.
Did we have a winner tonight on the loyalty points? Feels like we ran. Feels like we definitely ran cold deck today in the loyalty points.
Spooky filling up here on the turn. Jacks full of queens. QQQ will release pair 7.
Yeah, when I'm tilted,
So when you roll a number, how's that work? What are you trying to roll?
If you get a 51 or higher, you will at least get your points back. It's something like 51 to 75 or something gives you your points back. Then like 76 to 90 gives you double your points, and then it's like multiple of 3 or 4 or 5 or something in between, you know, the highest number.
A little
so if you roll
threshold.
100, you're getting like 5x.
Oh, nice.
I made it massive.
Will Martini, he wants to see some fire. We're not done yet.
600 of each, like 9600.
He digs in, boys. I admire it.
I just can't fold top pair of 6. I just wish I had a
You have to, yeah, you image sometimes. Well, when you don't have it.
All right, pocket 7's under the gun for Scott. Love that medium pair in early position. 175 to go.
But I deserve it.
Hey, we found a win. Let's go.
Nice.
Got her points back.
Like this.
If it comes down to Kevin, you're going to have some problems.
All right, we're starting with some fun holdings. Let's see if we can connect. 6, 9, 10 a flop. Neil with the best of it here with his king 9.
Oh.
400 and a call from Scott. And
same gut shot as before.
And now Scott says you can have it. Done with these 7s.
All right, a couple more hands, guys, then we'll do a flip.
So man Kmart in the box says a couple more hands for tonight. We're going to make it, Aaron.
I don't know how you guys got rid of the flip.
We are going to make it.
Yes, we are.
And Taco Bell will still be open. So that's good.
Hey-o.
I think I'm due to win.
Yeah, you're running good tonight.
Money's galore over and around to David. In the small blind, he'll take it up a notch. And wow, Neil has ace queen as well.
Jack 7 deuce to play.
Just playing it as a call.
It's been too long now. This is like weird how long.
Here with the ace of clubs.
In my house, we watch
Call
it
for
on the TV
buck
and it hits like
25.
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
And if we get to showdown, we will be chopping this up. Does anybody want
I
to try
probably
to
don't notice
steal it away?
I don't need to take it out of it in my head. I'm just looking for Jack 7 deuce, you know?
Neil says, I do. The look of a non-believer, but at the same time, not giving off a lot of strength vibes. Not like, I've checked to induce, and now I'm going to fuck you up, bro. But he will put a stack of greens out there to make the call. Once again, checks. Oh, quick check back from Neil. Chop it up.
He says he's got nothing on ace queen on 10-9. That's a good hand.
I mean, this fucking guy, that's nothing.
One more barrel, Neil. You just said I have nothing. Now you're saying, now you're acting like you have a good hand.
I had nothing, but I had a read.
2K, he goes bye-bye.
2K, rip. What's the value? 9?
I love the posturing post-flop. It's always like, I knew you had that, or
right.
this is what I would have done, or, you know. You always gotta say some shit.
Yes, especially when David and Zach are involved.
Yeah.
Because you know, at that point, it's 98% bull honky, they say. Pull up your boots because you're liable to step in it.
It's thick out there.
This could be our last hand of Hold'em, and what a monster it is. Musky raises it up and takes down the $85 that's out there. Okay, looks like we're preparing for yet another Hold'em hand.
All right, last
Let's
hand
go.
in the bomb pop.
That doesn't sound like a true story.
Zach, you're 50.
Well, thanks for hanging out with us all night, folks. It's the 5-10 quarter game coming at you from Texas Card House, Dallas. Cash game Tuesday night.
Why?
Aaron and RJ hanging out with you all night. Mr. Eric Van Loosen on the road, so we'll get him back in here next week. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Been a good ride, and let's see if we can't get some fireworks here at the end.
A little bit of something for some folks. 6-7, pocket 5s, and 8-4. None of them hate this flop. Q's going to come out swinging here. Let's see. Musky let out for 300, just continuation bet. Q's has raised it up. 700 to go now. And David's like, why do I have top and bottom here in the last hand of the night? What do I do with this?
Eric, I swear it's a mystery.
Definitely not a mystery.
I don't think it was, Mr. Dave.
Oh no! I thought it was a really good hand.
Wow, nobody wants to play the last hand. Show them the 5s.
I got there. I got there.
You got there?
Yeah, 6-7.
6-7?
Yeah, look at that 5 on the river.
Oh my God!
Nastiness could have ensued there.
In behind too. I have to hit a offsuit 5.
Fucking guy's a maniac. We're doing flip and a bomb.
All right, don't forget this week, Trailblazer Poker Tour Season 2 right here, Texas Card House, Dallas, and TCH Las Colinas. This is a $500 event with a $500,000 guarantee that we will for sure knock out of the park. Day 1 started today. They'll go through the remainder of the week through Saturday. Day 2 on Sunday, final table on Monday. That's the $500K guarantee. Right here, Texas Card House, Dallas.
I didn't want to play a 30K pot with you, Q.
Me neither, and I was like, I needed specifically a.
I mean, I had a hand I never folded.
Offsuit 5 to like make my hand worse.
Yep. I'm pissed.
The 7 of diamonds in my hand. I'm like, what's this guy doing?
All right, looks like we're doing a flip or a bomb pot. Oh, this one's probably the bomb pot.
Why'd you bet?
Because Spooky is not in this hand.
Yeah, it looks like they did what, 200 each here on the PLO bomb pot.
I thought I folded.
They've been putting a 5K cap on these, so we'll see if anything gets crazy.
Then he hits a fucking 5 on the river. I would have freaked out. Yeah, that would have hurt.
Back here with a pretty sizable piece, top 2 on both boards, and an up and downer on both. So yeah, certainly enough to put a wager out there, and he will pot it.
Up piles and then just fucking end up.
Neil 2 pair and up and down. A little something. Sure if it's enough though. What do you think, RJ? Is this the type of hand that you're calling pot with?
Yeah, top and bottom on the top board, open-ended on the bottom. I am super nitty in bomb pots. I'm tired of getting train wrecked in them.
I mean,
in position, I might peel a turn, but a lot of times I just don't mess with it either. They won't do it. Zach's going to take it down.
Are we doing a flip? I make nuts?
Running it out.
Really bad run out for me, though.
Yeah, it looks like Neil did not get there.
I only have 270.
Actually, I think he would have made 2 better pair on the top board with the king hitting on the river.
250? 270.
But Zach did have 8-9 in his hand, so I think he had the tail end of that straight. So. All right, this one is
this
going.
Will be the flip.
Yeah, this one's a flip, and it looks like a weird amount. Let's see if we can figure it out. 270. Looks like 270.
Just appeasing this guy because he's got exactly 270.
Yeah. 272. That's perfect. What are we doing? 270. Okay.
Okay, somebody had 270 in odd chips, so we're going to do it for 270.
Tough to know if I should do side action or.
Sounds logical.
Full count. On the side?
Aaron McAvoy, you still with us? It's past your bedtime.
Wow!
Very much so, but it's been a good time. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks for putting up with me. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you, and yeah, we don't get to always blabber together, so it's been fun.
I hope I have a good hand. I have a good hand.
Spades, come on, bro.
All right, 270. 270 on the PLO flip. Of course, we know the heavyweight flip champion of the world is in the 6th seat. See if we can get Scott one.
Jack 7 deuce! Yes!
Oh, his hand is.
Oh, God! Yes! Yes!
And they have a silly side bet that they have some flops. They have some flops mentioned in their silly side bet, and it looked like Zach just won that with a Jack 7 deuce flop.
I think you're
fine. Can't beat ace jack. I have a pair.
All right, let's see who won this flip. Ace Jack's going to take it. Musky's got top 2.
No, I know. Oh, no, queen. 5.
And everyone else.
What do I have? Nothing.
With Philadelphia.
Ace Jack wins?
Your 5 was good.
Okay, so I have
2? What?
3.
That's it.
Yeah, pretty good.
Dusty on the holdings connecting here, and top 2 is going to get it. Get her done, Musky.
Yeah.
A big old pile of chips going the way of Musky, and that is going to do it. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up here at 11:11 Central Time. These players going to pack it in. So big shout out to everybody who came out and played with us here this evening. It was a pleasure having you on the stream. We look forward to seeing you here in the future, especially a shout out to our first time player here on the stream, QQQ, Henry. Great showing. Fantastic to see you, and it was really a pleasure to see you play.
Splash pot to 400, and he limped, and you made it.
I second all that motion, and thank you guys so much for watching us here at Texas Card House Dallas. And don't forget, Trailblazer coming out this week. Of course, the $500 event, the $500,000 guarantee going on this week, starting today through Saturday. come out, get you a piece of that $500,000 prize pool.
King 10. I did nuts. I didn't realize there was a splash bot.
Aaron?
I was talking too much.
Yeah, for myself, Aaron McAvoy down in Austin, for RJ Dupree and all the production staff, the dealers, and everyone else here at TCH. We want to wish you all a great night. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you next Monday for the final table of that 500K guarantee. That'll be the next broadcast out of Dallas. So good night, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning out, tuning in, hanging out with us. We'll see you next time. Adios.
Good night, TCH.